Fantastic. Really good to see everybody here on the platform and everybody that is watching us via YouTube right now. Maybe a minute or so, we'll get started with the official meeting, the town hall, Pacifica Fightback Town Hall on Solutions here today, September 10th, 2022. Again, appreciate everybody that's joining us all across the nation that has a vested interest in the success of their radio stations, but also of Pacifica Network. So we're here to talk about solutions. I definitely want to make sure that we keep it within that context. I know that there's a lot of issues going on with our respective stations, but here we really want to focus on the solutions. So I definitely appreciate everybody being here. Special shout out to Serene and Michael for, at least for me, kind of leading the way, making this happen. But I know that there's a lot of co-conspirators as well. So I definitely appreciate everybody contributing. I want to thank everybody that's on YouTube right now. We do have a YouTube live stream going on. Feel free to share that link. It is a public participation. They can watch us there. That way they can see movement in action. That way they can see that folks really do care about the network, that we're here to propose solutions and get back to what the purpose is of the Pacifica Network, which is providing marginalized communities with voices and making sure that our programming is representative of the communities that we serve. So I definitely appreciate everybody that's on there. With that said, I want to go ahead and start by beginning with the land back acknowledgement by Ms. Lydia Ponce. If Ms. Ponce is available, let us know. And if you could do that, please, I would really appreciate that.
Good morning, relatives. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. It's a beautiful morning because we have rain. We're all blessed with this gift. And, let's just continue to pray for rain, meditate for rain, put some good words and good intentions. It's a beautiful day in Sagna, where I'm calling from, infamously known as Venice, California. And I'm Mayo in Quechua. My land is far from here, but I still want land back. I want land back for everyone in the 4 directions. So with that, we acknowledge these lands to be the Tongva territory and all their relatives in the 4 directions. We acknowledge that these are unceded lands, stolen, and we provide good words only in the intentions of being better relatives through this format, through this visit via Zoom. Thank you to all the people who organized it, and hopefully we will arrive at some solutions, because we're all settlers, visitors here on this land, and we shouldn't be so clumsy with our time and our energy and opportunity to do good things for everyone. And I have to ask, where would Mumia Abul Jamal and where would Leonard Peltier be without every single person's voice to these matters, who our elders are still in prison? So we need to get it together, Pacifica, and we need to do it in a good way, and everyone can be represented and everyone can be present with each other with good heartfelt words and good heartfelt intentions and prayers, with the ancestors guiding us from these lands. Thank you. Aho, Etaquias, all my relations.
Thank you so much for that, Lydia. I definitely want to echo what Lydia just said right now, that we come through with kind intentions and good-hearted intentions. I really do believe that the folks that are on this call right now have that first and foremost when it comes to our network and to the radio stations that we work for and the communities that we serve. With that said, what I want to do right now is just kind of explain the format for today's town hall. We're going to do several things in order, and I appreciate everybody's cooperation with that, just to make sure that we have some direction as to how this is going to proceed. The first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go around and just acknowledge some of the organizers at each of the respective stations, WBAI, WPFW, WNNF, which is an affiliate in Tampa, KPFT, KPFK, and KPFA as well. Just a reminder again, we are looking for concrete proposals, both for actions by management and governance, both locally and nationally, and for actions that we can take ourselves independent of the existing Pacifica structure, okay, to strengthen Pacifica and its stations. It's very critical because we know that there are roadblocks and obstacles right now in each of our respective stations and even within Pacifica as a national entity. We know that. However, there are actions that we can do on our own. That's what we're here to discuss, as well as actions that we can take up with our respective stations. With that said, we're also going to have a couple of brief announcements as well as some presentations by our outreach and fundraising committees from several of the stations, specifically from Ms. Rachel Barr, WBAI, and Janine Roan for KPFK. And just a side note, if I mispronounce your name, feel free to correct me. I am well trained and I am all ready for being educated on how to pronounce people's names. So I apologize beforehand if I do that. But feel free to just let me know. Give me a gentle nudge, okay? With that said, what I do want to do is go ahead and allow the call organizers from each station to introduce themselves briefly and the station that they're affiliated with. And if we could start with WBAI, I would appreciate that.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon or good morning, wherever your time zone is. It's good to see people on here that I know and to meet new people as well. So I'm an LSB listener elected representative. I'm also on the outreach and fundraising task force for the LSB. And I just wanted to give you a short list of ideas that we came up with. I'm also a member of WBAI Fightback. So I'm going to read off to you the ideas that WBAI Fightback came up with in terms of, in my mind, it's all about getting Pacifica back to how it needs to be and how it should be.
Rachel, if I may, I
Absolutely.
appreciate that. And we will definitely get to that. I just want to introduce everybody first so that we understand. And then I'll go ahead and go back to you so we can read off those actions, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rachel. No. You're good. You're eager to get into it. So I appreciate that. That's the kind of energy that we want. We want to share those intentions and those action plans. And I definitely want to make space for that. However, I do want to make sure that we introduce everybody first so that we know who's on this call and make sure that everybody from the respective stations are able to kind of tell, hey, I'm here for this station, et cetera, et cetera. And if everybody at least knows one point of contact for each station, that's really what the goal is with this introduction. So again, that was Ms. Rachel Barr. Thank you so much, Rachel, for the introduction. If we could have a member from a WPFW, go ahead and give an introduction, please. Not a problem. It's still early in the call. We'll go ahead and skip along or is it somebody from WPFW there? I hear an open mic. No? Not a problem. We'll go ahead and continue on. WMNF, the affiliate from Tampa, Florida. Is there somebody that can speak for them? Not a problem.
That's been Alvaro Montealegre. I don't see him on the call yet, but I'm sure he will be.
Not a problem. Somebody from KPFT. I'm from KPFT, but if there's somebody else on here, I definitely yield the mic to anybody from KPFT, my local station here in Houston, Texas. Well, I guess that those honors go to me, right? So my name is Rodrigo Bravo. I am the producer for 2 radio shows on KPFT FM. That is Latino Politics and News with Tony Diaz, as well as Nuestra Palabra, Latino Writers Have Their Say with Tony Diaz. I am also now the quote unquote social media manager, I guess, or something like that, doing it just kind of a volunteer basis, just to kind of prove the concept and the need for social media. I am also a unseated LSB member at this point. There is some point of contentions regarding that, but we won't get into that. That's nothing to do with what we're doing right now, where we're trying to find some solutions. I am confident and that there will be a solution to that soon. With that said, I want to go ahead and allow a member from KPFK to go ahead and take the mic.
Want me to do it, Michael?
Go ahead, Lawrence.
My name is Lawrence Reyes, and I am in the struggle to seat you, Rodrigo. I am a KPFK local station board member and also a Pacifica National Board Director and a member of Pacifica Fightback. Thank you.
And I appreciate very much, Lawrence, the work that you're doing, not only on my behalf, but on everybody's behalf, to continue the struggle to make sure that we represent our communities. Thank you so much. And with that said, last but not least, a member from KPFA, please.
Well, I guess
Yes,
I could.
hi. Oh,
Okay.
Tom, go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, go ahead, Elizabeth. That's fine.
No, please.
you were a PNB, you were actually a PNB member, so please join us. I'll also give my introduction, but go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's ex-PNB member. I served for what, 4, maybe 5 years, I think, something like that. But I am on the KPFA LSB. Primarily, I'm a transmitter engineer, mostly work with affiliate stations. And I do get involved with KPFA translators. Occasionally, we put a new one on the air about a year ago, serving Monterey. So that's about it for me.
Thank you so much, Tom. Elizabeth, go right ahead. I know you wanted to go ahead and introduce yourself. Right.
I'm one of the newer members of the. Hi, Elizabeth Miles. I'm one of the newer members of the LSB. I'm basically, my background is in human rights and union as well, union organizing. I'm also a San Francisco delegate to the San Francisco Labor Council on behalf of my union. I'm Chilean American, and I'll just keep it short for now because I'm sure we have a lot more to say later on. But that's. And I'm a member of, I'm sorry, I'm also, basically I ran on with a slate of Rescue Pacifica, the main purpose of which is to bring back KPFA to its radical roots for what I've known of KPFA for more than 40 years in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, everybody, for the representatives. Again, this is not the only representatives for the respective stations, but I just wanted to have one name out there at least for everybody to know that, hey, I have an idea for KPFK. And I remember so-and-so from this station, or, hey, I remember Tom from KPFA. You can reach out to them, make sure you get their information and look up their respective information. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and start kind of our action plans, if you will. As y'all noticed, Rachel was ready and gunning towards giving us some solutions and some action plans that they have created over there on WBAI. Thank you so much, Rachel. If you're available, Rachel, please go right ahead and start with that so we can kind of start this brainstorming session that we have right now so that we can start thinking, okay, WBAI is doing this right now. Maybe we can implement it here at our station or so forth. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you. So if people want, I'm very happy to email people the list that I'm going to read out. Just put your email in the chat. So these ideas came from the WBAI Fightback group. We meet Sunday evenings. So there's 7 items. So the first one is to create an LSB report card on having done their homework, which I myself think that's an excellent idea. Bring in new generations. We need younger people, not an ageist, but we need younger people. Encourage listeners to force their local LSBs to perform their fundraising duties. Tabling at various community events with BAI info, palm cards that have QR codes to link to podcasts and streaming programming. Be present at social justice events and be present at everything that we know about. It doesn't have to be a social justice event. It could be a demonstration. It could be any event that is political. Start a fundraising effort of our own at Pacifica Fightback to raise funds to hire a part-time fundraiser outside of Pacifica. Use our own networking connections to find such a person. And the last one I have on the list, and then I'll talk briefly about the task force for fundraising and outreach, if Rodrigo gives me permission. The last thing on the list is broadcasters produce programming for other platforms, streaming, YouTube, etc., the other platforms.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Rachel, for that. I don't want to veer too much from when folks have responses and notes and action plans. So if anybody has, I know, Rachel, you have the notes for this, so I appreciate that. And I definitely want to get back to that. And that would be great to make sure that we take note of that, because when we have our brainstorming session right now and also our Q&A, where we're going to allow folks to ask questions and so forth, that we can kind of maybe pin some details on those particular actions. I think they're great actions, Rachel. I want to make sure that folks that are on the call that want to take upon these actions themselves have the most information they can regarding that. So thank you so much for providing that and giving us that particular information. With that said, I definitely want to go ahead and go along to Ms. Janine Roan for KPFK. Is she available on the phone, on the chat?
Yeah,
Janine?
hi.
Oh, fantastic. Janine, feel free to offer us your presentation, please.
Okay, well, I'm just going to talk in general. Just a little background on me is I was the secretary for KPFK for 2 years and served on the LSB for about 6 months at the end of a cycle. And then after that, now am serving as the fundraising committee chair. And that's been since September of last year. And KPFK has gone through a couple of different, interim GMs, a GM, and then 2 other interim GMs. And so it's been a little frustrating in the last year to head up the fundraising committee, because what I see happening is, and this isn't, I'm not trying to be negative here, I'm just trying to give a little backstory. I see what's happening is that the fundraising from volunteers at the station kind of hits a blockade, because it needs the approval of the GM in order to move forward. And so we see, as our example is, because we've had such changing hands, we don't get anywhere. Another thing that has been a little bit of a block is accessibility to the station for fundraising activities, or we had a phone banking initiative that Michael Novick and I kind of did a trial version last year that did pretty well for the short period of time that we did it, but yet, the staff wasn't ready to have people in the station doing that. And there needed to be supervision, because what we were doing was reaching out to elapsed members, which I think is a great idea. And I've heard on other national calls that there's other stations doing this. I think it's a great opportunity, because there's already that paved way of people who used to support the station, and maybe they just have fallen off for whatever reason. So anyway, given those blockades, I just want to make sure people know that there is Andrew Weiss, who heads up Pacifica Listener Forum, is starting an organization, and it's called Friends of Pacifica. And I'm starting to throw some time at it and get involved in it, because what it does is it's creating an entity outside of the stations and Pacifica, so that there's the freedom to do various things that can't take too long to get approval, or there's just too much red tape. And so with a small group of people being able to run their own nonprofit, it would be, in effect, a way to implement all the things I'm talking about. Maybe not the elapsed members, because membership, they're not going to get the elapsed membership, any of the membership information. But it allows them to do things like live events or whatever without the burden of needing the permission, or, there's been a lot of concern at our station about, insurance or liability if it's something that's publicized on the air. Or associated with the station. So this kind of gives an independent view to it. So I like that idea, and I'm helping as much as I can with that endeavor to see what becomes of it. So I just kind of wanted to get that on people's radar. But I mean, other things that we've talked about in the finance committee, and I've discussed with the ED, Stephanie, along with the phone banking, which we Michael and I used Phone Burner, which I had become familiar with in political outreach. It's a rotating, you don't even need to be given any information on the membership. It rotates the membership automatically and dials it for you. and you put a script up. So it could, in theory, be done from people's homes without being in the station. The difficulty we had was that, there's still that feeling that they want some kind of oversight. So we set ourselves up in the phone room, and then we needed to have somebody there just listening to our script as we went through our calls to various people. But people love being called. And, if they did have an issue with the station, maybe they didn't get their, what they thought they were going to get from their pledge. They have a way of telling you. There's a way to correct information. Maybe their email information is wrong. So anyway, we found that to be very effective. And I feel like I'm very close from the fundraising committee in getting back into being able to do that again with a new GM coming in. I know that RED is a fan of that. We also looked into online auctions and bidding for good. Some of us sat into a couple of presentations. That's got a lot of potential. Bidding for good also has a way of, and maybe Michael can remind me of some of the different aspects of it, but it has a way also for one-on-one pledges, not only just an auction arm, but it also has a way to set up a fundraising site for just enthusiastic members who want to raise money for the station on their own. And then we talked a lot about live events and concerts. It's often hard to get a venue with that. I know that the outreach committee from KPFK, we've reached out to a nearby theater, and this was something that Mikkel, one of our GMs, Calcetta from last year, had started talking with Theater West, and they are open to a partnership. So while they're having live events and are used to having live events, they'd be open for us coming in and doing like poetry readings or whatever and then it would be something that would need to be, kind of like the station then helps and talks about Theater West and all the other activities that they're doing there. That's got a little bit of, we have to leap over or get through the process of the station being okay with us still having live events. There's literally and let me know if I don't know whether I have 5 minutes or whatever, but the last thing I would say about that, is there is a motion on the LSB. It ran out of time this last meeting, but to actually have all these types of proposals need a set of criteria before, like defining it, but also who's involved, where the money's coming from, and if there's any upfront money that's needed, all this different criteria that's needed in order to greenlight something, which, I'm in favor of, but I think it also can be a little cumbersome. If you put too much of that, you're taking away all of the, especially when volunteers are putting something together. For a whole year, I haven't been able to do anything but like one day of phone banking. I just can't get past the approval process. So the only thing that we can really do on our own is table without asking anyone. We can go to an event and hand out flyers and give people the website, and they can try to sign up there, but not really any of this big planning stuff. So that's been a little bit frustrating. So that's just in general. It's a lot of really great ideas. I'm hoping that we're on the eve of getting a new GM. And once that person comes in, especially since the ED now has listened to several of these things that I've talked to her about, I feel like then if we have the right person and it's presented in the right way, that we'll be able to get some green lighting going on these items. So it's, I think from a year ago, we now know that we're in a lot more serious position, and that will hopefully, help in green lighting a lot more of this. So.
Thank you so
That's
much,
about it.
Jenny.
I can take questions or whatever about any of that, but
No, that would be great. And we'll definitely, again, with yourself and Rachel, we're definitely going to kind of pick at that stuff and maybe get some more clarity on that in just a little bit. But I definitely appreciate you kind of highlighting the approval process being used as a form of blockading ideas and preventing kind of some folks from, establishing either funding or philosophies or whatever the case may be. And I just wanted to notate that because I think that's happening on a lot of stations, if not all the stations within the Pacifica network. So I don't want anybody on the call right now to think, oh, I'm the one dealing with this. I think everybody's dealing with it, unfortunately. So I appreciate you pointing that out. However, we are here for solutions. So you did present some solutions or some action plans, and we'll definitely go over those in just a little bit. Yes, Jenny.
yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing. Something that we wanted to get past with phone banking is, they do want somebody kind of overseeing when we're doing phone banking. So what I'm trying to do is say that this type of outreach really, from my experience, really needs to be done in the evenings and on the weekends. That's when people answer their phones. That's when they're available to talk. But because it takes a staff person that's overseeing it, I'm trying to ask them, and that's why it's such a management, it has to work with us on it, trying to shift somebody to be maybe, Tuesday through Saturdays, Wednesday through Sundays, so that I can do shifts on Saturdays and Sundays at the station and still have the oversight that they're asking for. So anyway, I'm hopeful for that too. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic on to Serene. Serene, if you're available, please feel free to make an announcement regarding the next town hall that we will have.
Oh, great, thanks. And hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Feel free to.
Okay, great, great, thanks. So 2 weeks from today, on Saturday, September 24th, we'll be having another town hall meeting that's focused more on the U.S. foreign policy and the U.S. behavior in the world, its aggressive behavior in the world. We expect to have someone on talking about the situation in Palestine. Palestine must receive from us the same level of attention, focus, and demand for solution that we saw with South Africa. Must. That situation cannot be, this must be resolved in our lifetimes, okay? We cannot continue to lose, Palestinian children. I'm sorry, I'm in a moving truck. Palestinian children, by the dozens and by the hundreds. So we'll be dealing with the issue of Palestine. We'll have a report back from Linda Sarsour, who was in Palestine this past summer. We'll have Milton Alamati on to talk about the U.S. Conduct on the continent of Africa, looking at AFRICOM and more. And we'll have someone on talking about the U.S.'s personal colony of Puerto Rico and the behavior there, as well as taking a look at what's happening in the Ukraine with Russia and China and Taiwan. The U.S. very seldom actually lives up to its speech. We are going to hold them accountable. We want Pacifica to return to its stature, if you will, as a voice that spoke truth to power. So please sign up if you haven't already. The link to register for that Zoom meeting is in the email that you would have received about this meeting. And it will also be on our website at pacificafightback.org, pacificafightback.org. That's 2 weeks from today on September 24th. Thanks.
Thank you, Serene, for that. We'll also be posting the link in the chat in just a second, but definitely check out your emails and make sure that you register for that important conversation. As always, making sure that we hold folks accountable within, whether it's locally, state, nationally, or internationally. So thank you so much again, Serene, for leading that charge and making sure that we have these type of discussions.
Thank you, and thanks for being here, Rodrigo.
Thank you. I want to go ahead and take some time to introduce my co-moderator, Ms. Marisol Cruz, if she's available. She's from KPFK. Marisol, if you're there, could you give us a brief introduction, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. My name is Marisol Cruz, a member here at KPFK. So glad to be on here and listen to folks, what it is that matters to us as we face situations together and want to make sure that we're on the same page in regards to what is best for the station. Thank you, Rodrigo.
No, thank you, Marisol, for joining us. And thanks to everybody that's here on the call right now. Again, I want to reiterate that we're hoping to achieve today is getting people to commit to certain action plans and certain movements that they can participate in, whether it's within the structure of your local radio station affiliate or the Pacifica board or outside of it. And so that's why we're going to be doing these particular work groups in just a second. However, before we go into the open Q&A portion right now, maybe discussion, if you will, which will be kind of in a stack formation, raising hands and through the chat and so forth. I want to go ahead and allow the PFB members at each station to give a brief intro of themselves and the work that they are doing. If any PFB member is from the stations are open right now, feel free to unmic and go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Rodrigo. My name is Lawrence Reyes, KPFK local station board member and a member of the Pacifica National Board. I am in the struggle, fighting at times an uphill battle to have transparency and democracy expressed in Pacifica, and also to follow our bylaws and to try to do whatever we can to move the network forward. And as you know, we all have had systemic problems throughout our stations that are based on implicit bias, if you will, and also cultural denial of people of color. So I continue to fight that fight along with my colleagues, Sister Sharon, James McFadden, and others, to try to make sure that we have a network that is representative of the entire network, and that we have a board and governance processes that are reflective of that network. And Pacifica Fightback has led the charge in kind of deconstructing the dominant paradigm that exists and the narrative. Michael, please mute yourself. The dominant narrative that exists within Pacifica, which has a tendency to try to render people invincible. I would refer people to the book, The Invincible Man, which will really codify what I'm talking about in regards to, and then we're also always told that we are engaging in identity politics. But if an effort wasn't being made to dismiss us and to erase us off the representative bodies and also airtime at the stations, then we wouldn't have to engage in identity politics. It's very important that we all become accomplices, not just allies, but accomplices in actions that are in the best interest of the network. Thank you, Rodrigo, and thank you, Marisol, for being here. And thank you, everyone, for being here.
Hi, this is Michael Novik. I'll introduce myself briefly. I'm chair of the KPFK local station board. I've been active with Pacifica Fightback in the efforts to maintain the democratic system of elected local governance at Pacifica that we've had in the face of challenges, and also over many years trying to develop techniques for the local boards and for the membership at large to participate in off-air fundraising for Pacifica. I think at KPFK in particular, and some of the other stations as well, we've reached the limits of the kind of on-air pitching of premiums and so on that has turned the stations into a home shopping network and lost track of the mission. So I think we're very, very interested in input and feedback today about what we can do to raise money and membership, especially. One of the things I've been pushing is to do an off-air membership drive campaign, well organized to like-minded and progressive organizations that support the Pacifica mission, freedom of speech, opposition to war, and support for racial and social justice, economic justice. And I think that all of us could probably engage in that with organizations, unions we're members of, like myself or Lawrence, or civic and community organizations. And I think I'm hopeful that out of this meeting today, we can actually get that off the ground, no matter what obstacles are placed in our way. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to introduce themselves from the respective? I see Eleanor, your hand is raised. Feel free to take the mic, please.
Sure. I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman, former unpaid staff member at WBAI back when it was at 8th Avenue and then at Wall Street, starting in the newsroom, then as board operator and peacenik co-host of the former weaponry program. I'm currently on the WBAI Community Advisory Board, a member of Pacifica Fightback, a member of WBAI Fightback, and next runner-up for any vacancy that might arise on the local station board. My email for anyone who might want to contact me for any reason, you are welcome to do so. My email is eefwww@yahoo.com. That's EEF, F as in Foreman, www@yahoo.com. And please put your subject line in all capital letters to help me pick it out in the morass that is my inbox. I'm going to repost all of this in the chat so that anybody who missed it the first time I put it, came later, will be able to get it.
Eleanor, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I see two other hands raised up as well. Ms. Elizabeth Milos, feel free to take the mic, please.
Yes, hi. Like I said before, I'm one of the newer members of the KPFA Listener Station Board. I ran on the slate with Rescue Pacifica. I'm a Pacifica Fightback member as well. And one of the things that we've been, that we worked together with regard to trying to find good solutions for funding for Pacifica as a whole, is that many people didn't realize that Pacifica could not get funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting unless all the 5 stations were in compliance with the different rules of the CPB, which included the activation or the reactivation of the community advisory boards, something that thanks to some members who were involved in that, Rescue Pacifica members, as well as Fred Cook, who was a previous CAB member from the previous CAB, organized. And we've been dealing with what's called at KPFA what we consider, Rescue Pacifica considers ground zero of a rogue board. A board at KPFA LSB, which has been consistently rejecting or outright ignoring the Pacifica National Board directives and rules and motions and resolutions. The reason why I'm stating this is not to make it more difficult to organize, but rather to let people know that it's really, really important that regardless of all the bureaucracies that you might face in order to try to organize, it is of utmost importance that we realize how important a network such as Pacifica Network is. The importance that it is lies the most recent, for example, the most recent importance can give us a very, very quick view of the role of mainstream media and right-wing media in the future of a country. In the case in point, what happened recently with this latest election for to change the constitution and to create a new constitution in Chile, which unfortunately lost by an overwhelming 61% for a number of reasons. But one of the main ones was the lack of independent media, lack of radical independent media, and the unequal distribution of resources in terms of how much money was spent on the right wing was able to spend, the fascist forces were able to spend to create disinformation and fear among the population in Chile. So this even came after 2 years of a very important uprising that happened. In the middle of that, of course, was also the pandemic. Now, I'm also a member of the audit committee, and as a member of the audit committee, we became aware during certain meetings that we had with NETA, these were public meetings, that the station that had actually delayed the audit by 7 months by not handing in the financial documents in time was actually KPFA. For all of the talk that they have during the LSB meetings of how so-called irresponsible Pacifica is and how KPFA is holding the station, holding the network together with its money and all that kind of stuff, and how much success we have. In fact, if we look a little bit deeper in that, we discovered, based on the actual facts, was that it seems that it was KPFA that was whose documents were not handed in time, even though they were promised to be handed in by December, and were finally handed in May. This is serious because you can actually go, Pacifica Network can actually become default in its loans if it doesn't hand in its audit 120 days after the fiscal year ends. So those issues, when I'm talking about how we are in ground zero, we're talking about ground zero of a shock doctrine kind of effect that is going on. I call it a shock doctrine because it is a crisis it's a true crisis, it's a real crisis, but it's also a crisis that's being created, such like the crisis that was created by a member of the LSB, of the KPFA LSB, Sherry Gendelman, and these are public documents, so I'm not giving out any private information here. Sherry Gendelman filed a petition to deny, she filed a petition with the Federal Communications Commission to deny WBAI a renewal of its broadcast license. This is a second attack against WBAI by KPFA, by the forces of New Day. And all of this should really make listeners not wary of the struggle, but rather double down and be more committed. Because without something like Pacifica Network, which is the last remaining independent, radical, progressive radio network in the country, the last remaining one after the media conglomerates, we really need to double down and support Pacifica. That means what we're doing at Rescue Pacifica is we're asking people to join KPFA with a $25 a year minimum, but to donate money to Pacifica. Because that's where we need to create the force, the strength, given the issues that are involved. They did not, the KPFA LSB, I'm sorry, one more second. The KPFA LSB passed a resolution in May supporting one of the PMB directors who had been caught promoting this FCC petition by making phone calls. And also the secretary of the KPFA LSB also sent an actual letter to the FCC supporting the denial of the renewal of the broadcast license as well. The Rescue Pacifica members, we are a minority within the KPFA LSB, so we've been struggling in trying to get going out into the community. The most recent one was the San Francisco Mime Troupe. We've also, we lift up the voices and try to lift up the voices of award-winning journalists such as Ann Garrison, who's from KPFA, who was basically not given practically any airtime on KPFA itself. Also, we want to lift more labor programming like Work Week Radio, which was on KPFA but was taken off without any kind of process. So I'm going to wrap up right now because I've been asked to, because it's a long story here, but I want people to realize that we're dealing at KPFA with a rogue board, which in fact is also trying to institute an attack on me as an LSB member by setting up an ethics committee to have a trial. They postponed the trial that was scheduled for next week, but for now, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to gather up their forces to try to kick me off of the LSB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And I appreciate the context for the support and why Pacifica Network is needed so badly right now in these times, especially with that very timely comparison to Chile and the things that are going on right now. Thank you so much for being here. I want to go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Steve Seltzer, and I apologize if I mispronounced your last name there, Steve. Feel free to take the mic.
Hi, Rodrigo. So I'm a member of Pacifica Fightback, and I think that this forum is important. We Pacifica Fightback want to have a discussion about the future of Pacifica, what we need to do concretely.
Steve, give me 1 second, Miss Omawale Foles. If you could mic up, please. And it's just a little bit the background noise there. If you could please go on mute right now, and then I'll go back to you in a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Steve. Thank you so much for being patient.
I mean, one of the things that made KPFA a powerful station at one point was it was an activist station. It was involved in struggles. When the free speech movement took place, KPFA broadcast that live, and that was in ancient times before the internet. And thousands of people were glued to KPFA. They don't want to do live events anymore. It's a battle. And when I was on the KPFA local station board, we tried to get like the coverage of the fight against the Zionists, the Zim ship, labor strikes, struggles, the fight against the Nazis. I mean, we tried to get them to cover it. They're not interested in the management. So what we have to do is we have to fight to do that again and create a movement. Now, one of the things that's going on, we're involved in at Rescue Pacifica, is the fight for Julian Assange and journalists, because one of our own journalists, Frank Sterling, was attacked by the police in Antioch for covering what was going on. And we fought for him to be protected and for KPFA local station board to endorse him and the manager. They refused to do it, saying that the manager said, well, we're not a political party, as if the protection of KPFA journalists is not an issue for KPFA and all the stations for that matter. The rise of fascism in this country means we're going to be coming under increasing attack, and we have to protect the journalists at KPFA. So one of the things we're doing, Roger Waters is having a national tour, political tour on Biden, the rise of fascism, and supporting Julian Assange. We're going to be tabling at it and signing people up and letting people know that we tried to get a resolution passed at the local station board. It was rejected by the Protectors group, and we brought it to Pacifica National Board. They passed it. So Pacifica nationally is supporting Assange. So we're going to the concerts, and we're going to be pushing for live programming. And also, we want to cover things live and get the station to do that so people pay attention to it. And in the trade union movement, unfortunately, there's not even a labor show on KPFA, despite their talk about the working people. So we need to have more labor programming on Pacifica. There are all kinds of struggles of young people trying to organize throughout the country, Starbucks, many, Amazon. We have to be there, and we have to be part of that struggle. The only way that we're going to become a vital network is when we're actually covering the streets, the people on the streets, and the struggles against repression. So we can start to do that, and we can recruit young people who want to do that and work with them to join KPFA and the Pacific and make it a network that is relevant to the working people of this country.
Steve, thank you so much. Excellent points, and I appreciate that. And also making sure that we acknowledge the work that that has been done in the past. I am familiar with that history, and I think it just shows how innovative the Pacifica Network can be when we are allowed to be the best versions of ourselves. And unfortunately, it seems like we're not allowed to do that right now. So thank you for bringing up that example. I want to go ahead and acknowledge Ms. And I apologize again if I mispronounce your name, Ms. Omewale Foles. Feel free to take the mic, please.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm a subscriber and have been for some time, and I'm a former programmer with our sister station KPFK down in LA for about 10 years on health news in the news. my concern at this point is in the world, in KPFA specifically, is part of New Day. It sounds like, according to the previous couple of speakers, they sound like, moles for the corporate media. And who are the people who are part of Rescue KPFA? Because we don't know who to call or who to talk to. That does not. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing that there is such a divide. I didn't realize it was that bad. If we have administrators who are not able to get our documents, our financial documents in on time, which is jeopardizing the whole network, that needs to be made available to the public, because a lot of us out here do have financial skills. I mean, we can at least type and add and subtract, but I have not been made as openly aware, I guess. And I listen to the station all day, every day, so it's a little difficult not to know. But it would be good if there was some kind of, even a 15-minute break, or if the apprenticeship program could do like political advocacy kind of thing on their show on Friday nights, that, maybe have a 10 or 15-minute spiel about what our condition is and what we need to have people come in and volunteer and do. That would be helpful, because then, even though we may not be functioning with advisory committees right this minute, there are other people who are willing to volunteer. There's not a lot of money out here. I'm here to tell you, I work with the homeless. There is no money out here. People are barely able to scrape together food. So it would be good if we could keep our voices open and keep Pacifica going. And we might have to start a penny in a jar, or pennies in a jar fund, and let that build up and see what happens there. But there are ways. It's just that we may need some new ideas about it, and perhaps those who are staff versus those who are volunteers versus those who have ideologies that are more corporatized than we would prefer. We don't want to do the corporate thing. That's ugly. Let's just get some word out to the folks. That would help us a lot. If you want to do it on email, if you want to do it, with some kind of special programming or update, I think maybe that might be helpful, because without having gotten this email, I would not be here today to say what I have said. And I'm also very, very worried about our Black programmers and our producers who have been called to task for not developing a lot of money. And we've had the same argument with people down in KPFK on a number of years, over a number of years. Same argument, not enough money, jeopardizing Black voices, Black creativity, all of those kinds of things. We try to hook up with all of the rest of the BIPOC folks on radio, and it seems like times are being thinned out, made less and less. So if we can get the information and we can at least come in and volunteer at least one day or something. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Bye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Up and really kind of highlighting what the issues are right now regarding that funding. And I appreciate you coming through. This is your first time. This is why we hold these sessions, so that folks know that there is a fight here within the Pacifica network, that we are really trying to make sure that marginalized communities, BIPOC communities, have a voice in community radio as one of the last bastions of free speech here in America. So I appreciate that. I want to go ahead and just reset the table a little bit and make sure that we are here focused on what we came here to do, which is really kind of brainstorm some suggestions on fundraising. I'm going to go ahead and open it up and talk about what we can do to help our affiliates, help our programmers, our hosts, in is coming up with creative ideas for fundraising. We heard from Rachel Barr earlier, speaking about what they're doing over there, as well as Janine Roan. I want to open up the forum right now to everybody that's on the call who have any questions to either to Rachel or to Janine, or have a suggestion for fundraising themselves. Maybe something that did work, maybe something that did not work. We want to learn from all the experiences that folks have had out there when it comes to fundraising. And one of the specific things regarding, just avoiding, how do we avoid the management obstacles that we are facing right now, right? So I just wanted to make sure that, everybody has a chance to contribute in that, because in a few minutes, we are going to break out into some breakout sessions. And this is going to allow folks to kind of have more of an intimate setting, to get to know each other, let everybody kind of network a little bit, but also talk directly to each other about fundraising and maybe brainstorm some ideas. We're going to go ahead and do that in a little bit after we start talking about maybe different ways of doing that and so forth. So with that said, I'm going to go in the order that I have here on my screen based on who raised their hand and who's in that order. Right now, I have Mr. Ken Gale. ecoradio.org. Ken, feel free to take the mic and add to the conversation.
Hi, thanks. Glad you're doing this. I did a outside fundraiser for WBAI, and the program director said that she was not going to allow any promo cards to go over the air. That changed because of the October surprise. And so she couldn't very well prevent a fundraising card from going on the air after that happened. But this is the kind of atmosphere that I'm under, at least. I can't speak for everybody. But I've noticed that the approval process from station management is almost like a theme today. And my question is, can an LSB do fundraising without the support of the management of that station? Thanks.
Ken, thank you so much for that answer, for that question. I would encourage maybe Lawrence or Michael or anyone on the PFNB to answer that question if they can, if they have that knowledge. I myself don't know that answer. If you do,
I can give it a quick shot.
Thank you.
I know that it has been somewhat used. It's a process thing, but it's also used as a beta blocker, if you will, right? It's also used as a way of stemming of stymieing ideas from coming to fruition. So that there has to be some sort of uniform process. And I don't know if Michael wants to address that as well, or even Janet or somebody. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I pointed out in the chat there was some discussion earlier about New Day. The New Day proponents that control KPFA and KPFT have set up independent, separate foundations of their own to fundraise, and they funnel some money into their stations that way, but they're not actually doing it through KPFT. They have a separate group, for example, in Houston that raises money for KPFT. That's not, even though they control the board there. So I think it is possible to do fundraising, and we should think about that. I do want to emphasize that this is not only about fundraising; it is about solutions, and the solutions include, outreach and community engagement, and ways that we can rebuild our connection with the audience. That's part of the problem at KPFK, is that we've driven our audience away by the policy choices and by the incessant on-air fundraising. So, I think that we're hoping to have some more ideas put forward here. And then, if we do breakout groups a little later on, so that we have some things that we might be able to focus on.
I appreciate that feedback, Michael and Lawrence, and thank you for answering that question. Hopefully that gives some perspective there, Ken, as to the abilities and the things that we can do in regards to fundraising.
You got that much perspective.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. With that said, Peggy Kennedy, I have you next on the stack. Feel free to take the mic, please.
Hi, Peggy Lee Kennedy with the Venice Justice Committee, and a listener, supporter for KPFK. And even though I listen to KPFA a lot, but I have to tell you about KPFK. If you you really need to engage with the community, the radical community, activist community that's out doing stuff right now. And that it really, in my opinion, is not happening. There's some shows that interview people, and there's some, talking head stuff going on too that sort of clicks into it. But look, we had this heat, one of the hugest issues in LA is the homelessness situation, which ties right into racism and, mental illness and so much the unemployed or, tenant protections. There's so much going on around this poverty issue right now. And where is KPFK, right? And where really is KPFK? It's not really connected to the people doing all this stuff, spending money on things like water. Look, we had this huge heat wave, and there was this newly created space called the Robinson Space, which is sort of near downtown, and they were hauling in pallets of water and freezing water, and they were a central drop-off location for all these different organizations were contributing, saving lives, because the city of LA could give a shit about 5 people dying every day who are living outside, right? And I mean, there's so much around this, and what's going on, it's tied directly to what's going on in our jails, because the city and the state's entire plan is disappearing people and criminalizing them, which ends up killing people. So all these people are involved in these efforts, and KPFK is like, part of the it seems like it's more like on the neoliberal. We get better coverage from mainstream media, and it's really sad. And so you lose a huge listenership, and then people are constantly creating their own media, and even that's an opportunity, for KPFK. There's all this media that's being created on its own, because KPFK isn't that for us anymore. So or it hasn't been for a while. So I really encourage you to think in a more holistic way. Sure, fundraising, that's great, but who are you fundraising to? The same neoliberal Democrat people that why we're failing now, in my opinion. So I really hope that people can see that we have to look at things really in a bigger picture of what the crisis that we're addressing right here at home, not just other parts of the country, which is good. I think that's really important also, because it's all tied together. But, God help us, God help anybody who goes to LA County Jail, and or who's left out on the street. And this homeless count that just came out, what a joke. Are you covering that? I mean, people are disappearing people from their districts to get their numbers down, and no one's talking about it. There's a lot going on here. And if you don't tie to the community who's directly involved, some of these people would donate. I believe they would, and they could be somehow tied. If you had even covered what happened during this heat wave at the Robinson Space, and all these different groups chipping in to save lives, because the city listed, the county and the city listed libraries. They were closed. You couldn't. And then can homeless people living in a tent make it? They lose all their stuff if they go to one of these places. So, I mean, there was so much happening around it that you just, it's missed. It's a missed opportunity, in my opinion, to really, there's all these people running around doing all this great work that you could be a part of, right? And they could be part of your community, and they're not. I really don't think they are quite at this point. But thank you very much for listening to me.
Peggy, thank you so much for those points. I love your passion, and I think, unfortunately, that same sentiment is pervasive in many of the radio stations right now, where we're missing big opportunities to capitalize on news events, newsworthy stories that are affecting our communities. And because we have our hands tied because we are not allowed to, have live events. We're not allowed to fund, et cetera. We're missing out on these opportunities and losing those audiences to other media outlets. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And thank you so much, Peggy, for sharing that with us. I want to continue on the stack. Feel free to raise your hand if you're on the Zoom call, and I will put you on the stack. If you're on a phone call joining us, I will make it a point to see who is on there via the chat, or if not via phone call. But with that said, next on the stack is Jim Dingeman. Jim, feel free to take the mic, please.
Thank you. I'm a listener member director from WBAI in New York, and I've been on the PNB now since February. We're on the verge of fiscal collapse completely. I mean, we got to be real about this. We may not even make payroll in the next couple of weeks. So all the kind of ideas that are put forth here have to keep in mind that an implosion is imminent, period. Now, that implosion is due to many factors. Some factors here, some of us can agree on. Some factors here, some of us cannot agree on and won't ever agree on. But I think the one thing we will agree on is the need to preserve the foundation as an independent network that speaks truth to power. That's an assumption I think most of us will agree on. Now, some of the practical measures that have been argued here, I completely agree with and have done in the past. One, the issue of talking directly to lapsed members and having one-on-one conversations and telephone conversations with them to ask them, why do you not support the station anymore? What can we do to serve you better? What can we do to rectify the problems that created your inability to support us? That's been done in New York in the past, and we knocked out 2,000 problems in 1 3-month period as a result of that. So those kind of measures have to be implemented at each station to actually reach out, to talk to people. Now, I hear continually the kind of things that Ken is talking about, where people are being stymied by PDs and GMs not allowed to do independent fundraising. As a board member, I'd like to know about those things if they're happening, because I would definitely want to intervene and do what I can to prevent that from happening. So that's another thing. Any kind of independent measures have to be fought for and prevented. Number 3, the issue of tabling. I've raised this because I've raised this in New York. I've been leading and with other people doing the tabling for about 10, 15 years, going back to the early 2000s. A lot of people never, ever, some people on this phone call in New York never, ever joined us with that. I'm in favor of doing things like that. We just need to be better funded, because what we really need is literally tens of thousands of palm cards. But what's more important is social media. The lack of using social media intelligently in all the stations, in all the shows, is, I think, one of the many reasons why we're in this situation we're in. Because people have not communicated in all sorts of ways, especially to the younger generation. If one looks at the Nielsen ratings, I'm gathering all that data throughout the network, one will see that in certain situations, the Nielsen ratings show that about 2 to 3% of our listenership is Generation Z. And I know that from practical experience. Literally, insignificant numbers of the generation coming up, which is frankly hipper. All the measures show that they're far hipper than the baby boomers were, for example, and yet they're not integrated into the flow of content on the air. They're not allowed to do their thing. And we're finally clogged. People can agree or disagree with this. This is due to the fact, and I blame this on people on this phone call, in my opinion, who have been in management positions or in governance positions in the past, who did not do a damn thing to make sure that we had refreshed programming that would be evaluated and then put on. And if it had to be replaced, Lou Hill, in his mission statement, says as self-sustaining as possible. That does not mean that some show should be on the air for 30 years and nobody listens to it. and nobody supports it financially. We have to be blunt about this. One of the problems are that all the different grids are clogged, which shows that it has stayed on for a variety of reasons that no longer serve the interests of the people, because the people have spoken with their paychecks and their credit cards. So moving forward, and I state this seriously because this imminent problem is not a fantasy, it is a reality. Other people on this call, directors, Mr. Reyes knows this, these are serious, serious problems. And the last thing to say is to have a fellow group of people in one signal area, that is predominantly in the Bay Area, essentially actually think that the FCC is going to solve the problems of a station is ridiculous. What they have done is essentially, and anybody who knows the history of Pacifica knows that dealing with the FCC, we had problems with them throughout the 50s, with Hal, with Ginsburg's Hal poem. We had problems with them in the 60s when they were urged by the right wing to knock us out. We had problems with them with the George Carlin thing when we had to spend $1 million on the 7 dirty word case. And now we have people actually saying that they're actually acting self-righteously to help people in New York by knocking our license out. That has to be completely opposed. People have to write letters to the FCC attacking that for what it is, a ill-disguised faction move in the fights that have been going on for 10 years to ultimately sell a signal. And that's one more thing to finish with this, Rodrigo. People have to keep in mind that there are people, we could have people withdraw their central services soon to support the network. So the financial situation is imminent in terms of its negative consequences, and people have to act against that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next on the stack is Frank Sterling. Frank Sterling, feel free to take the mic. Thank you.
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. When my hand went down, I disappeared. Yeah, it's interesting to hear everybody's conversations. Thanks for having this event, of course, or this town hall. And if we're sticking on the fundraisings, I want to talk about other stuff. If I could stick around, I only probably got till about 1 o'clock. I think partnering with other organizations, I haven't been able to implement this myself, being out here trying to work with the LSB that is in Berkeley. I'm a Berkeley person, so it's been more of like an argumentative thing, and they're dealing with other things besides the work, and then they work on what they want to in their own side. So what I want to try to do is something I learned at the NFCB when it was in San Francisco some years ago, is that we partner with the organizations that a lot of us are having on the air, and we reach out to these different organizations. And as we get them on the air, as we do things like that, we need to ask them if they can ask their followers to support the station that is supporting them. Haven't started my work yet because I'm way behind, but I'm working on a small video that is going to do that, is going to ask all the organizations that the Full Circle, the apprenticeship program, a lot of you may not know, but it's a training program at Berkeley. That's what I want to talk about later in the session, if I can. But we've gone out to many locations after the station won't break into broadcasting, like regular broadcasting, to cover an event. They would let us, in the interim, since they're not going on the air, broadcast on the website with a stream. And many times it was a video stream. So what I want to work on, and what might be helpful at other stations, if this works for us, we'll see. And I don't expect this to be like the magic wand that eliminates the debt or anything. It's just another tool to help augment. But that I'm going to make a short video that's asked these organizations to share with their email list, which may be thousands and thousands of people. I'm talking about like 350, Answer Coalition, Code Pink, all these events that we came out to brought the sound equipment, brought the streaming equipment, and broadcast from their event. And so I want to make the video with little video snips of us at their event, broadcasting or recording or something. And then in turn, like I said, asking them to ask their followers to support the station that supports them. And then they'll have a little visual of us at the No War on Iran thing on the streets of San Francisco when Trump struck Soleimani. We were at the largest climate rallies on the West Coast at the station. Didn't want to break into regular broadcasting. I was a little frustrated about that. But we did get to stream it online. So I got all these great videos. Block the boat when the Palestinian groups and their supporters blocked the Zim ship from being loaded or unloaded at the port of Oakland. All these great videos. And then that's it for that, because I know we got a lot of people. So that's one idea. And another thing I know is not another magic solution, but another tool possibly that I haven't been able to implement. I've been looked into a little bit of the texting. I know some people at some stations have a text donation, but I'd like to do something like a high five, and that would encourage people to donate through their mobile device, $5 at any time that they are like moved by something that they hear. And I think this will also help get the young kids that don't have a lot of money to donate. But if they hear their friends on there, if we do get the kids on the air or do get something, we could ask for a high five. And I think it should be something that should be mentioned a couple times an hour. If you're doing your show, like, hey, if you appreciate this, give us a high five. And then, maybe we can generate a little bit of augmented funds there. Of course, I don't think it's a big solution to all our financial woes. But of course, any little bit we can get helps out, as long as we can keep adding drops to the bucket, different places. So I guess that's my other fundraising idea. And I agree with a lot of stuff I heard about the in-person events and the online events. And I know we have laws about third-party fundraising, but I also know that we've done it on numerous occasions. So I think if we do develop great relationships with some of these organizations, 350 other groups, I think putting on a live event on the air or a streaming event online, partnering with these organizations, so they'll have their call out to their people, we'll have our call out to our people, and then we could split the donations. I know that's third-party fundraising. I know there's rules around it, but I know that the rules do allow it and at some points. So I would be encouraging to do that, because I feel like anytime you can engage another group that has a huge email list or a huge following, and they put you on with them, especially social media, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, you instantly have all their people too. So I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is partnering with these other organizations that have big followings and doing joint things together, and then asking those organizations to ask their people to keep us going with a donation because we get them on the air. And I think that's it. The high five, partnering with other organizations, and third-party fundraising on occasion, and then sharing that, of course, with the partnering organization. That's it. And then if we talk about training programs or something later, if I could hang around a while, I'd like to talk about that, because I feel like we have a couple of training programs at KPFA that could maybe be implemented at other stations, and they bring in volunteers to help do I don't want to say free work, because you're giving them training and letting them use the equipment, but they help do some work, and I'd be willing to talk about some of those training programs later in the thing today. But I think I have to leave around 1 or 1:30, so we'll see.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Frank. And I appreciate you bringing up alternative forms of making a donation. There at our radio station here in KPFT, we actually started our Cash App, and we're able to get donations through that, which is something that everybody uses now, especially again, the younger folk, right? They are not involved with slanging out a credit card and typing in numbers or writing a check. They want to make things as easy as possible. And so if we make that as easy as possible as well, we'll increase the number of donations. We just had a fund drive right now where we use social media. We just implemented a social media campaign. Frankly, I was the one that led the charge. Thankfully, the GM, the interim GM right now, was gun ho for it. He said, "Okay, Rodrigo, take it." And so I did, and I went ahead and did that campaign. Partnered up with several of our shows. It did a social media survey where we asked for that information, and we established our social media presence online. It was successful. Our latest fundraising campaign proved that the social media efforts we had led to real tangible results. The interim GM reported that, and we were very appreciative. So we're going ahead with that, making sure that all of our social media platforms are robust, and encouraging all our programmers and hosts to create content so we can repost it and eventually create our own content. I say that to say this. What Frank is talking about when he talks about texting, when he talks about those videos, these are things that are new ideas that we definitely need to capitalize on. And there are forms of reaching out new audiences and, quite frankly, new forms of revenue, and making sure that we tap into those resources. So again, thank you, Frank, for submitting that. In the interest of time and to be respectful for everybody, if everybody could, it's been asked that if you can have your comments limited to about 2 to 3, 4 minutes or so. I definitely want to focus on fundraising, but again, this is an open platform. I'm not here to shut anybody down, but I do want to just kind of keep that in mind, that folks are on here, myself especially, to make sure that we do talk a little bit about fundraising and what we could do to help those efforts. With that said, next on the stack is Ms. Janet Colbran. Janet, feel free to take the mic. Thank you.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Sure can, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. So I'm a former KPFA LSB member, a listener member, former PNB director from KPFA, and former PNB secretary. I first want to say something about underwriting. Pacifica should not allow underwriting. Who would determine the so-called ethical organizations and do monitoring? But more importantly, beware the nonprofit industrial complex. Some nonprofits get funding from other nonprofits that are friendly to the powers that be, and that results in radical independent voices being suppressed. Stay away from underwriting. I understand affiliate stations are not governed by Pacifica bylaws, and being a Pacifica affiliate allows community stations to do underwriting, but that's for affiliates. But for the 5 Pacifica sister stations, there should be individual memberships only. So the focus needs to be on visibility campaigns like what Frank talked about, and outreach to youth and marginalized communities and grassroots organizations at their events and Zoom meetings. Rescue Pacifica did mention that they did do outreach. They were tabling at San Francisco Mime Troupe. I was at one of the performances and I saw them. What needs to this outreach needs to bring in new members with their dues. So that's sort of a form of fundraising. One of the problems is that, at least on KPFA, the community has little opportunity to provide input and ideas on the air, except for the rare times that a handful of programmers open up the phones for call-ins. That said, unpaid staff who are more likely to reflect the community should regularly call on their listeners to become voting members of their respective stations. I don't think that's against any rules. I mean, I don't think that only during fund drives that can happen. One of the things, another idea, but it's kind of tricky at KPFA. when it comes to partner organizations, not just for them to, the organizations to support the respective stations, but to get their members to join. And that would require a motion probably for the at the organization, but it's kind of a mixed bag though also at KPFA, because a lot of these organizations have people who sympathize with the KPFA protectors, but still we need new members, and not the same from the same group of set of people. I want to just end by saying that there needs to be full transparency on Pacifica finances posted to the Pacifica website and easily accessible for people who go there, and for people to know that it's there. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
No, thank you for your input, Janet, and I appreciate that those comments, as well as kind of detailing why, in your opinion, underwriting should just be done by individuals or so, not by the stations. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to go ahead and.
I didn't say underwriting should be done by individuals.
Oh, okay. My apologies. With that said, I am going to prioritize folks that have not spoken first. So with that said, still in the order of the stack, it's Miss Lisa Detmer. Miss Lisa, feel free to take the mic, please.
Thanks, Rodrigo. Yeah, I'm a programmer at KPFA Radio. I helped co-found the feminist show when there hadn't been any feminist shows on the air for maybe 15 years. And I was also on the LSB for a year, and I appreciate a lot of the ideas people have thrown out, and I also appreciate people's desire to fundraise. I think that is really important. But I guess I'm a little concerned that we need to do the underlying work to create more trust and more resolution of conflicts before we can really have any fundraising. I've seen at KPFA how the divisions at the stations have prevented people from really being involved and all of us rowing together in the same direction, and it really leaves out a lot of people getting involved. And I think a lot of people don't want to get involved with Pacifica because of all the conflicts. And I think that we really need to, all of us who are on the PNB and who are part of Pacifica, need to really take a lesson in the younger generation who are implementing ideas of conflict resolution in their organizations. I would like to see a commitment by people on the PNB to bring about a mediator who would help resolve some of these conflicts, because I think that this whole intransigence is very old left and very macho. We need to get, as a feminist, I think we need to bring in less of this kind of atmosphere and more willingness to hear each other. I think we need to be working together and not seeing each other as the enemy. Clearly, there's differences. I get that. I have had differences at KPFA with the management for 20 years. And I think we need to find ways to be able to communicate with each other and work together, because otherwise we're like on the Titanic fighting for the best seat on a sinking ship. We need to work together. And so I guess I would like to see a commitment from some of the people like Jim and other people on the PNB for that kind of effort to, kind of make a commitment to finding a mediator and working together and not fighting endlessly over ideological differences when they're, and finding common ground to work together.
Lisa, thank you so much for that. I completely 100% agree. As a certified mediator here in the state of Texas, sometimes, the differences that I see that's going on within, different groups and different factions. I'm like, man, we do too much of this. So I definitely echo your sentiment, and thank you so much for sharing. I want to go ahead and again, and prioritizing folks that haven't spoken yet. I'm going to go next in order of the stack is Ms. Sheila Hamanaka. Sheila, if you're prepared, feel free to take the mic.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I got to say, Rodrigo, you are a great host. We really appreciate your organization, the mind. I wanted to make some suggestions about, well, first of all, the Cash App at KPFT is great. I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if it can be done at other stations, but I know a lot of people don't have money right now. Some people don't even have $5. So I would like to see some kind of practice where there could be a Cash App where people could listen to the program. If they just hear something they like, something that's said, if they believe in it, they could donate 50 cents or $1, because maybe they don't have $5, $10, $20, $250 to donate. And that would certainly spread out the support for the station, because people identify with what they can contribute to and what they can help. The other thing is, in terms of youth, I think we should think beyond just young people, 18, 20, 25-year-olds coming into the station. One good thing we could do about that group, by the way, is I know people want to get on the air. Producers want to have shows. There's a lot of petty bourgeois people out there and creatives who want to be on the air. Everybody wants to be on the air. They don't want to be kicked off the air. Why doesn't Pacifica make it mandatory that every show have a young person working with the show? You want a show, you have to have a young person there with you, and that person has to get a little bit of airtime so they can have a little practice doing what they do. Now, getting back to younger people, I think let's move down another 10 years to the kids that are 5, 10 years old. WBAI used to have a story hour. A story hour will attract children and the grandparents that Pacifica is full of. Let's face it, we have 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds up the wazoo in Pacifica. If they had something they could share with their grandchildren, I think that would help bring the stations and the families together, and also the educators, because there's incredible educator organizations out there that Pacifica should be putting on the air, like Rethinking Schools, like the Zen Education Projects. These are places that I donate to because I support them. So there's the organizations, there's the grandparents, there's these young children who, before you know it, are going to be, because time flies, they're going to be 20 years old. And by the way, there are hundreds and thousands of children's book authors and illustrators, and I know because I'm one, who want publicity. Nobody is going to refuse to come on the air for an hour or half an hour and talk about their books and maybe even read their story live. And not only that, they could probably get their publishers to kick in 20, 30 books to give to the station to use as a fundraiser. So that's kind of like a complete package that I think could be quite successful. And, if it could only be done at one station, they could share it with other stations. So there's an app, there's the, here's another thing. Even though I'm legally blind, I'm still a visual person. And if you look at the Pacifica website, it sucks, it's awful. It's the worst. It's really dead. It's dry. It's like a dead leaf laying on the ground. So it could have on it, if program directors will agree to this, a little live stream windows from the stations where people who, I think Nancy suggested this from Texas, that people could be cleared ahead of time that they have the right, or whatever you call it, to live stream instantaneously up to that website. If they happen to be at a demonstration, they don't have to go through 4 weeks in advance permission, they can just, boom, start live streaming the activity. That will make the whole network more interesting because, when there's demonstrations going on, I do not turn on WBAI. I do not go to pacifica.org. I go to these, whatever these places are that I can find. So, yeah, I think that's it. That Pacifica website has to serve all 5 stations, be a lively, beautiful website to look at, very clear, and be linked to all the stations. And also it can serve to, people are interested in certain topics. They might be interested in the environment, in Black liberation, in Ukraine, whatever. Each station has programs that specialize in those things. Those programs could be listed on Pacifica by category so that a person could go to any station and follow up on their interest. So that's all. Thanks.
Those are great ideas, Sheila. Thank you so much for contributing. One of the things that we started here at KPFT was a TikTok. And I know everybody's going to be like, oh my God, TikTok, our kids and this and that. We've gotten engagement off of TikTok, believe it or not. I when I proposed that to the KPFT board, some folks were against it, right? And they had some reservations about TikTok, this and that. I said, look, it's the platform that people are using. Kids are visual. Kids want to see things. They will love to hear things, but they are visual. And my point being is this: a lot of kids now are influenced by news reports, by political commentary and such. We could be at the forefront of that with the variety of content that we have and put it out there, do TikToks, do Instagram Reels, do all this stuff. These are things that I've done before with social media campaigns. And when we started doing them here at KPFT, we had a meaningful engagement. Folks were actually engaging with the content. So we have the audience is there for them. We just have to make that a priority here in the Pacifica Network. And I appreciate you bringing up those ideas, great ideas. And just, again, thinking outside of the boxes that we've been in comfortably now for the last, several years, several decades and so forth. So again, thank you so much, Sheila, for sharing and contributing. Once again, go ahead, Sheila.
If I may, the number one most popular radio show in the entire United States is BBC News. The second most popular radio show is NPR News. That says it all.
Yeah, that's definitely one. And before I hand over the mic over to the next speaker, I noticed a comment right now on what happened to the audio dialogue social platforms that got set up a couple of years ago, Clubhouse, I think, and another one. I am actually a admin for a group on Clubhouse called Amigos. It's a Latinx Latino group, and we have over 38,000 members in that group. We hold rooms there and we hold interviews with folks there. We just got done interviewing Andrea Munoz, who is starring in the movie Bullet Train. We had her on Clubhouse, and then I brought her onto Latino Politics. I'm sorry, Nuestra Palabra, Latino Writers Have Their Say. My whole point for sharing that is that I actually used Clubhouse as a way to get somebody that was interested in the show, and then brought that audience over to our show on KPFT. That's the kind of thinking, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but as an example to everybody, that's the kind of thinking that we can kind of integrate to each other, where we use these multi platforms to increase our audience and to hopefully increase revenue and donations, micro donations even at that. And so with that said, oh my God, I was about to go to Miss Carol Francis. Oh, she's back. Okay. Again, I am prioritizing people that have not spoken yet. So again, on the stack right now, Miss Carol Francis Lincolns. If I mispronounce it, please educate me. I want to make sure I pronounce that name correctly. But Miss Carol Francis, feel free to take the mic.
Carol Francis Likens, you were really close. Yay. Yeah, I've got to admit, I support KPFK. Somebody tells me a fund drive's going on, so I go to the website and donate because I want to see it keep going. But I'm not a regular listener like I used to be. And part of that's because I'm no longer an owner of a car, and I used to like get in my car and turn on KPFK, and that was it. And I know I can listen to KPFK online at home, but I could go to Brian Becker's socialist program, or I could go to any of my emails that come in from everybody from Cuba to Palestine, Black Lives Matter. What I remember from my regular daily, all day, at any time I could get listening to KPFK is there were sometimes I just love this station, and sometimes I would say, you know, it's liberal, it's no longer progressive. And then I remember twice in my life, I was blown away driving in my car, listening to KPFK and saying, I don't know what happened, but KPFK is getting so good, so incredibly better than it was yesterday. And somebody both times would tell me, yeah, we got a new GM. And both of those general managers were removed from us by people that wanted KPFK to be more like NPR. We don't need another NPR. And so you know, it's like, especially around coverage of Syria, it's just like, what is this? This isn't KPFK. They wouldn't be saying this. And I think if you really want supporters to pay, and like I say, I support every fund drive, I you know, but I'm not listening like I used to. And if you really want to get us back, I like the idea of calling people and saying, why aren't you supporting us anymore? But if you really want to get us back, you should not let somebody say that we should be toned down Palestine, toning down on Syria or Cuba, and being more mainstream.
Thank you so much, Carol. I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. There is a niche, there is an ability there that we can tackle. And, you know, it just seems like we're not able to address that. I want to just notate one particular comment about brave programmers or brave management. I apologize. Sometimes this outside thinking, you know, thinking outside the box, it does create kind of I would even say a cognitive dissonance with some of our management, right? They've never heard of these platforms. They've never interacted with these platforms. So I agree, there might be some fear there. We do need some brave management that is willing to say, hey, this person has an idea, let's run with it. I see some folks commenting that they've been talking about this for years now, as far as implementing other strategies and such, and it hasn't happened. So I agree with you, Carol. We just need folks that are brave in their management, in their news, in their editorial, so forth, so we can go ahead and restore Pacifica to really the stature that it deserves. Again, thank you so much, Carol. Go ahead.
It's Co-Francis is my first name.
Thank you so much, Francis, for correcting me there. I appreciate that. With that said, I want to just go ahead and prioritize new speakers as well. Again, the next person is Mr. or Mrs. Austin. Believe it or not, I met a lady who was named Austin, so I have to just, without I don't want to assume anything. Austin Shahari, feel free to unmic and share with us, please.
Thank you. You know, I gained a lot from listening to KPFK, progressive viewpoints, but I'm at this point now where I want to be empowered, and I've been in another organization that was a self-empowering organization, or it was a self-help organization. And the thing I thought that was missing was the members are not empowered enough. I would just suggest groups or and so even some type of militancy. Like I don't even want I don't want to protest anymore. I want to be empowered, and the whole like kind of always at KPFK, you know, I hop on there. Oh, we're always behind on money. Oh, help us keep the lights on. Like, it is not a good look. You know, we could even why don't we allow some speakers who believe in illegalism? You know, why don't we become that radical? Why don't we embrace illegalism or militancy? You know, why, being raggedy and poor, it's not a good look. It's disempowering all the time. But maybe the airwaves are so dominated, maybe the internet is so dominated by the government, as that's what gave us these gifts, is the government, the military. And, I get tired of complaining. It's a good way to learn about things that are happening in the world, that there's corruption and bad things going on. But then there's no empowerment for me. I just have to be mad, and then then I go from there and live my life in a certain way. But if you could help me to become more empowered, let's make groups of people to live a certain way, to be empowered, so we're not poor and you're not poor. I honestly, I don't have a car anymore. I don't even listen to the radio station really anymore. But it just helped me so much to hear all these alternative voices. But you also get tired of it. Where's the militancy? Why don't we be like our enemy? Oh, another war just happened. Like, aren't we sick of wars happening? You get sick and tired of it. And they just, we complain about it. We learn about it so much. But I just feel there should be actionableness, militancy, and embracing illegalism or illegalist perspectives so we can empower ourselves. That's all. Thank you.
Austin, thank you for sharing, and I appreciate your sentiment. In one regards, I do agree. We definitely need bold action, and that's why I think we've gathered today, at least to kind of move forward towards that. Right? We're talking about just fundraising and having to be bold there. It's almost it's almost incomprehensible that we can be bold on the airwaves at this point. But I feel like the folks that are here on stage right now are committed to that purpose and making sure that we do reestablish Pacifica as a kind of a powerhouse when it comes to progressive ideas, and making sure that we are leading in terms of media when it comes to pushing that message. With that said, I do see Lawrence. Feel free. No, please.
No. I don't want to speak, but Victoria Watley that's also from WPFW. She's been wanting to say something.
Oh, please, by all means, feel free to jump in and speak. You have the mic now.
Greetings. My hand is not up. I have put a couple of comments in the chat. A long-time listener since WPFW came on the air when I was in middle school. And so I'm well aware of the, it's not even battles, it's just how the machine works. And so my comments are already in there, that this ideological battle has been going on for decades, and it's tied into the East-West, whose ice is colder kind of a battle, the replicating of KPFA, and just, a lot. And one of the comments was that WPFW may be a station to look to. It's the youngest, it's not an affiliate, it's the youngest of the 5, but we've gotten over the management hump. We've gotten over the finance hump. We've had very active membership that for years was in one group and then another group, name changes, to really do that hard fight, getting grievance policies codified, getting programmer rubric, evaluation rubric codified. I mean, this, a lot has been done. We always are streaming protests, hearings, all kinds of events. We have young people on our programming. We've had in the past. We have new programs that are on. So, part of the answer is looking outside of the mirror. The stations need to be on each other's airwaves, listening, learning from each other, and realizing that we are the answer, but it's only a we if it's beyond a me. So I'm just encouraging, WFW and WAI do a lot of joint work now to make a lighter lift and to support each other. So I just encourage people to listen across stations. We have the streaming option, and even the recommendation of how Pacifica's website could improve. Look at what WPFW has. We have the live streaming. We have the videos. You can click and get Democracy Now! You can click and get the protests. You can click and get the hearings. So I would just encourage people to investigate in-house and join hands together. And I don't see, I understand that there's a value in fundraising, because we've gone through that here in DC as well. We've got to fundraise, but the real movement of the yacht has happened through institutional transformation and working, the grassroots organizations working to come up with policies, to work very collaboratively, which is not easy, to get members on the CAB, the LSB. Our LSB has a radio program, and so communities involved. It's just, fundraising is, in my mind, when I'm hearing, it's like, here we go again. It may be a part of it, and we understand this morphine organization that has been nipping at Pacifica for forever, because we almost became Clear Channel. I mean, we know it's ongoing, but the fundraising won't save us, because we've got to deal with who's going to handle the coffers and trust and all. We really need to do the hard work, infrastructural work, and part of that is joining hands with each other and being more collaborative.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Victoria. And I do want to commend y'all for what y'all are doing over there. When I started the social media platforms for KPFT, I noticed and was actually following all the Twitter accounts, all the Instagram accounts. And so many of them were just kind of, quite frankly, lackluster. I'm just going to put it out there, y'all. And some of them were responsible for, a lot of them were not. But at the end of the day, Victoria, y'all are doing some fantastic work over there. And I'm glad that we at KPFT are actually installing video cameras in our recording studios. So we have that capacity of live streaming our interviews, our radio shows, anything that we do there. It's going to add so much more to our capacity when it comes to broadcasting, not just on the radio and the airwaves, but also on these visual platforms, if you will, like Instagram, like TikTok, and on Facebook still, and even on Twitter. So again, thank you so much for your contribution, Victoria. And I appreciate you being involved in the chat as well. I definitely appreciate all the comments that you've talked about. With that said, going to go ahead and last new person, quote unquote, is Mr. Ted Weisgall. Ted, thank you so much for joining us. Feel free to contribute. I always know you have some great stuff to offer.
I hope so. I hope people have been reading the 16 points that I've just addressed. I want to talk to the first and the last one. The first one I said was that we need to go to one another's board meetings. KPFT has one this coming Wednesday night, and the dates and times and all that stuff is at kpftx.org. Our board needs to be told that our manager needs to let what's going on get out to the public in every way possible. And I hope all of you will attempt to get on the air. Public comment is supposed to be for a minimum of 30 minutes. I hope you will overwhelm the board in such a way that this topic, saving Pacifica and doing it on the air, is front and center for our meeting this Wednesday night. The last thing I said was managers ought to be targeted. I don't remember who it was. It was somebody affiliated with Democracy Now! I think it was Dan Coughlin, but I could be wrong. It may be somebody else, but it was his idea that we go to the homes of the people who are on the Pacifica National Board and make their lives miserable. Let their neighbors know. In this case, here in Houston, our general manager, interim general manager, who's also continued to be a voting member of the LSB. That's a real mess. His name is Sandy Weinman. I know that he lives in League City. I don't know exactly where, but we need to get these general managers to either allow this situation to be exposed or we ought to make their lives a living hell. That's what I think, and I hope people will react to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ted, and I appreciate your passion. I really do. With that said, we do have one other person that just came on who is new to the stack, so I'm going to go ahead and go straight to that person. Mr. Anthony Fest, you are next on the stack. Feel free to unmic and share, please. Anthony, are you there? It's not a problem.
Please unmute.
Yeah, Anthony, don't worry. You won't lose your place in line. I'll go and hold you. If once you're available, just give me like a reaction or, oh, I think you're available now.
Yeah,
Feel free to go for it.
I found the elusive unmute button. Yeah, I'm Anthony Fest. I'm an unpaid program producer from KPFA, a former LSB member at KPFA. Long ago, I was a program council member at KPFA, back when we had a program council. Now, a few ideas here. As to fundraising, I would say, given the depth of the crisis, I do suggest at least a trial run of underwriting from institutions, if you want to call them that, cafes, restaurants, food co-ops, bike shops, those kind of potential sponsors. I don't imagine we'd get a lot of gold mine from those kind of little businesses, but given the state of things, I think to use that phrase that some of the militarists would sometimes use, all options should be on the table. In this case, it's a nonviolent option that I think should be on the table. Maybe a trial run for a year at the station that's having the deepest problems. Another thing, I don't know if other stations are as deficient as KPFA is as to publicity. I certainly hope not. But we ought to do what radio stations do, which is advertise. Like billboards, buses, bus benches. And if that's not affordable, at least put little ads in community papers or college papers. I think many colleges still do have newspapers, and there's another way, a low-cost way of reaching a young audience, and we can certainly afford that. And of course, also let's learn to live on less. KPFA's budget is about $3.5 million a year, and in our fund drives, they portray it as if every last dollar of that was vitally needed. But in fact, it doesn't take millions of dollars a year to do community radio. I'm not sure what the budgets are at the other Pacifica stations. I'm sure they're nowhere near $3.5 million. And I do know that KBOO in Portland runs on about 900,000 a year. And that may well be on the high side as far as community radio goes, because there are community stations that are thriving in small places like Ashland, Oregon, or rural Michigan, or even on Indian reservations, and then they're not getting probably not even 900,000 a year, probably not close to it. So I would suggest that board members and open-minded managers ought to communicate with some of these so-called small stations and see how they do their work for fewer dollars than we've been spending. Look around and see what the most effective practices are. And then also, lastly, I heartily endorse Peggy Kennedy's remarks. Have programming that we can all be proud to fundraise for, instead of fundraising for its own sake or fundraising so Bill can have a job. No, fundraise because we're serving a mission. Thank you.
Anthony, excellent points, and thank you so much for bringing that up. Definitely agree with you. Peggy's remarks, really appreciated that. I really appreciate your remarks as well, Anthony. With that said, again, in prioritizing folks that haven't spoken, I am going next on the queue. That would be Miss Nancy, a good friend of mine. Nancy, the mic is yours. Feel free to take it away, please.
Okay. Thank you for everybody who's come. I mean, I shouldn't say thank you. I'm just, I feel good. I'm grateful. About the calling lapse donors, at our last report, which was last week, I don't know how many people were involved. I think around 5. It was the same as the time before, a few days a week. And we were able to get 84 renewals. That's really important for KPFT because we've got around 2,400 members. We had at our heyday 10,000 for maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes in 2007. So we got 84 people who had lapsed to donate and become a member again, and we made 8,400. And it was just a few people, just around 4 or 5 people. Okay, and we got 53 new members on our last fund drive, which was 51,000, a little over. And that was important to get those new members for a little station like we are. Okay, that's kind of the good news. We also have a budget, a deficit of 51,000, something. And it was just presented on a Zoom screen to the KPFT Finance Committee last week. And it was different figures. It was revised, and we wanted to discuss a little bit more. But anyway, it was a vote. I think it was 3-3, 3 no to send it to the LSB, and 3 yes. And the IGM voted. So it was a tie vote with his vote. And I really object to him voting. I mean, what are we going to do when we start evaluating his work? Are we going to let him vote? This is a crazy situation to let an LSB member keep his foot in the staff position of an LSB staff position and be the IGM at the same time and voting. And last Thursday night on the PMB meeting, our director, Susan Young, reported to the PMB that he is recusing himself, but that is not true. He's voting. All right. That's a little complaint there about what's going on there. And it's stopping the next runner-up staff member, Rodrigo Bravo, from getting onto the board. And this is, in my opinion, disenfranchisement of all the staff who voted for Rodrigo. Okay, next I would like to, I'm angry about that, but I'm going to go next to something else about underwriting. The PMB voted to start underwriting, and as that vote happened, which was a few weeks ago, our IGM at KPFT put on the website, $145 if in certain prime time slots, and then $70 if it's in less optimal prime times, less optimal time slots for underwriting. These are carts that are going to advertise for or make an announcement. Okay, before we did this at KPFT several years ago, and I want everyone to understand. It may sound like a good idea. It may sound like, but as Janet Coburn from KPFA pointed out, some of these nonprofits are really not very good guys. Their funding is dubious sources. What's been going on, COVID, Race, and Democracy show, which is a national collective. KPFA audience, for some reason, has not been able to see this show, but it's weekly, and you can go on the other stations and listen to it. It's even got Ann Garrison from Cape and Steve Zeltzer and other people from KPFA on it, but it's not being shown to the KPFA audience or heard. So that's a problem, because this is a good show. It's being taken up. I'm trying to count how many affiliates have taken it down. Downloading it. Last year it was like 14. I'm sure it's more now. But anyway, where was that going? Oh yeah, the underwriting. Okay, at first, this is what they did. This is several years ago at KPFT. The 3 largest nonprofits, really large ones, they paid for carts and they were heard. And all the small, tiny majority of these smaller nonprofits suddenly silenced. We never heard about their events. We didn't hear about them. We were not making free carts for them anymore. And then the 3 large carts stopped paying for carts. So guess what? We were left with just KPFT carts asking for money. That's it. And we alienated the community. And when I went to other meetings, the death penalty, one of the members from the death penalty, she said, "Oh, KPFT doesn't really, it's not with it. It's not giving us, what we." Anyway, this could alienate our community if we don't do the mission. Where does it say in the mission? We charge for doing the mission. We charge for helping the small underdogs that are trying to help society. Where does it say that we're supposed to charge them? Otherwise, they don't get their voice heard. Okay, that's all. I just ranted a little bit. Thank you. Bye-bye. Back to you.
Nancy, thank you so much, and I appreciate your support. Thank you for bringing those issues to light. With that said, Ms. Akua Holt, you are next on the stack. Good to see you. Please feel free to take the mic.
All right, thank you, Rodrigo, and great job, and hello to everyone. I guess I want to rant a little bit like Nancy about the situation here at KPFT, and I want to let everyone know just some of the history that we're dealing with in Pacifica. It really got its early start, rooted in a very racist Pacifica station here at KPFT, when the P&B would not do anything. They just allowed these people to attack people of color, attack management, and not be accountable to the community until the lawsuit settlement. And that's when a lot of Black and brown and progressive white organizations came back to KPFT to be involved. But there was a point, if you stepped foot on their property, they would call the police. This is what was going on. And we were screaming and yelling and trying to get the attention of all the other Pacifica stations to say, look, these people are behaving like fascists here. They are calling the police on community people who are just doing good radio. But that's how they kept people away. And when you get the police involved, people stay away. So fast forward to 2022, it was Bill Crozier, again, another Houston-led regime that went up to New York to dismantle WBAI. And he's still involved with the going on of KPFT here in Houston. And that's a problem, because now we have the IGM, no radio experience, no community ties. He has cut a lot of programs from our schedule and literally did what the last IGM did, moved most of the Black and brown and progressive programming to our digital channel. And his argument for that decision was 1, money, and 2, hey, they're on a digital channel. People can always listen to them. And I said, well, they can always listen to Tom Hartman on the digital channel as well. So we have a schedule, a new one. I've not seen the entire schedule, but I've been told that Tom Hartman is on several times. New Day people were given favor, and they are on during the day. and other people like myself and other people of color were put on at night for 30 minutes. And I must say, where the news station is located is in the Black neighborhood that's being gentrified. Our council member is African American, our congressperson is African American, and we have an African American mayor and state senator, as well as state representatives. So we have a station that's sitting in the middle of a historic Black neighborhood that's diminishing Black and brown programming. And it's shocking to see in 2022. And it's very difficult for me to ask organizations that I know who have supported KPFT to give their money when they see that we're not being represented. So I hear all the great comments about fundraising and their excellent ideas about streaming and platforms and all of that, but we've got to clean up our act because we cannot pretend and put our heads in the sand. There's not a movement that's been led from here to change the nature of Pacifica. To change it to be a more streamlined, corporate sounding radio without radical voices and our community input. That's exactly what's going on. And so again, we have an IGN who has a very narrow vision of what community radio is. And it's very difficult to talk to someone who doesn't even understand basic journalism and basic community radio. And so again, we can appeal for all the money we want, but if people like Bill Crozier and New Day people continue to sue the network and the public knows about this, then what are we raising the money for? So we have some real work to do and possibly even talk about a legal team to deal with some of these problems that we're experiencing here in Houston.
Thank you so much, Akua, for bringing those issues up and in light. There has been a programming schedule change for the KPFT radio, and I encourage folks to go to the website and you will see the changes. If it's not available, feel free to reach out to me and I can make those schedules available to you. Several shows have been moved and so forth, and that's could be another 3 hours of a phone call, but I'm not going to get into that myself. I want to make sure and give space for those folks that are here on the call that haven't spoken yet. I do see another person that has come on board. Let me go ahead and go to a phone number that I have that's been online, number 516-316. If you're available to speak, please unmic and feel free to contribute. That's for phone number 516-316. I was made aware that you were wanting to speak. If you can, feel free to unmic on your phone and contribute.
Hi.
I see you unmic. Yes,
this is
thank you.
Hazel.
Thank you, Hazel.
Sorry, I just had to unmute myself. I'm from New York. I'm with WBAI, and I'm glad to listen to the comments and find out what's going on at the other stations. Wow, it's very insightful. And we sure have our work cut out for us, because we all love Pacifica and we want to do what's right. The underwriting, I thought it was a great idea, but now I'm like, there's a question mark. But I don't know. It seems like it's so daunting. We have the community, but yet we need the money. We don't want to be hypocrites. There's just so much. It seems kind of overwhelming. But I'm listening to all the comments and I'm learning a lot. And thanks a lot for having this today. That's all.
No, we appreciate you for joining us, and make sure that you continue joining us. We have these town halls pretty much every other Saturday, and we have a very good town hall next Saturday as well. And it's informative. We tackle different topics. We always have an open discussion. So we never tell folks what they can or can't speak on, right? And so, Hazel, thank you so much for being on the phone and contributing and adding value to the conversation. This discussion was centering on fundraising. That's not to say that that's the only thing you could talk about. Obviously, folks are talking about everything that's in their mind. I do want to note that we are in our third hour now. with the commentary. And look, we're going to continue going. However, again, I'm going to prioritize folks that haven't spoken on, but we do want to encourage this and break into, and hopefully we can do this, is go into breakout sessions for a few minutes so we can kind of do a little bit of networking, get to know each other a little bit, but also maybe come up with an idea too regarding fundraising, and then we can continue the conversation. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Ms. Joanne De Lorenzo, and if you can unmic and feel free to contribute. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Joan. I'm with the WBAI Fightback, and I've been a long time listener. And I love the station, but we really need to get out into the community more. I thought about going into bookstores maybe and putting posters up. I don't think that could be underwriting, even if we mention their name, I'm not sure. But we need to get more young people in. Maybe go to the schools. I wanted to thank Peggy and Lisa and Akua and Sheila and Anthony for all their good ideas. Maybe do more on social media. BAI always used to be in the streets. I mean, we were always there when things were happening, and we always had sales where people could go to the station and get a CD of a program for $1 or $2, because people don't have all this money to constantly contribute, even if you want to. And we need to do more programs, I think, on what's going on, the crisis with the housing, with the homeless. And while we're trying to get more people in, I think we're still going to need grants or something, because you just cannot get all that money in, I think, from listeners. And also, we need to maybe go on social media to get the younger people in. And just try and and we have to think about how we're going to get rid of the people that are trying to get rid of us, those factions that are trying to get us off the airwaves. I mean, we already had it done twice, and it's going to be done again. We know that. So maybe while we're trying to, maybe if we get more and more people in, they will see that we're valid and we're not going to let the station go. But we need to think about that too. And thank everybody for coming.
Thank you, Joanne, for your comments there. And I definitely agree with you. I'm very proud to say that our show, Nuestra Palabra, Latino Writers Have Their Say, just received a $250,000 grant from the Houston Endowment and from the BIPOC Arts Network Fund here in Houston, Texas. And the reason was that because of what you said, right? We need to find different revenue streams, and we need to find different ways of getting that money and making sure that we're providing the voice for our community, especially these marginalized communities that don't have voices on public radio. So again, thank you for your suggestions, and thank you for your contributions in this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, Michael, are you there right now? Michael Novak? Novak? No?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here.
So I wanted to go ahead and just give it away to Michael, who's going to lead the breakout sessions first. I did take a screenshot of the folks that are on the stack right now. So when we come back, if you still want to share, I will definitely make note of that. But right now, Michael, please let us know how we're going to do this breakout session.
Okay, I did want to ask Alvaro Montealegre, because he came on a little bit late. He's with WMNF. If he wanted to say a couple of words about what's going on at their station to fill people in. They're a Pacifica affiliate. They're facing a lot of the same issues. Alvaro, did you want to introduce yourself for a minute and talk about that?
Yes, thank you. At WMNF, we have a problem very similar to what Akua was saying. They took the indigenous program, they took Black programming, they took the only Latino host we had for talk, and they forced them out or just kicked them out. Offered them the HD channel, and we just met with 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 the general manager 2 days ago. On Thursday, we met with her, and it is clear that she has some interest, some positive interest, some willingness to do something. She doesn't have the power. She doesn't have the authority. She has the title, but she doesn't have the authority. There's a clique that runs the organization de facto, and also she's lacking politically. I mean, heavily. I just want to say this just as a side note. She said at one point, "The Queen is dead. Long live Charles." And I thought, there's something, there's a little bit of something shocking here. A little bit of. I think we needed to have somebody with a little more politics, But she seems to be willing to make some changes. She's unwilling to make any of the serious changes. They threw out our star journalist, somebody who had for 42 years devoted his life and done excellent work. I mean, fascinating work at a state level. And but he was a little too progressive for them. They didn't like him. They didn't like his politics. Anyway, so they will not be bringing him back. They offered to allow me back, but I have to go through a process of apologies and feeling sorry for having denounced the changes that were being made that are so negative. And they're asking the same thing. At least that's what she implied at the meeting of the indigenous show. She's willing to allow the indigenous show to come back, but the guy has to go through so many hoops to be able to get it back. And one of the struggles of the fight was the time, because they have pushed them deep into the night on Sunday night. So it seems like they may be willing to correct that. I think that the pressure that we have put on them, including being here at this organization, has helped a lot. I think that the communication that we have here is very important. The communication that we have with one another, the fact that our information is not being kept as we were before, kind of isolated into this tiny little group, feeling kind of just totally powerless. And here, I'm not saying we have a lot of power, but other people knowing what the situation is, those have forced them to, for the first time, meet with us. This is the first time they meet with us in about a year, almost a year and a half, a year and 4 months. It's the first time they're willing to talk to us. And a good part of it has to do with the fact that now we're not alone. People at, here at Pacifica Fightback know about what's going on, are asking questions, and that gets back to them. So sharing light on the issues does help. And so that I wanted to say. I'm happy that we discussed fundraising. I do think that's, it is important. I think it needs to be done. I do have a problem with underwriting. We have at our station, we have had underwriting for the last 17 years that I've been there with mostly small organizations. They are now opening up to larger ones. They have the Bank of Tampa in there, and they have brought in a Zionist organization that on their website claims to have control over, or that disseminate $2 billion in the United States and Israel. That seems to me is definitely tied to big business. There are no small businesses able to put $2 billion together. I know small businesses and also, big business, and I'm sure a lot of that is government funding. But that they have now a representative in our organization, and they just introduced her last week, a couple of weeks ago. But I don't know how long she's been there. But anyway, that is the situation. That is what's going on at our place. If there are any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Alvaro. So for people who are not aware, WMNF is in Tampa, Florida, which is obviously Florida is one of the hotbeds of voter suppression and of reaction in this country, and it's critical that we get a voice, a radio station that can counter that. The reason I want to try to go to breakout rooms was a request in the chat to have the rest of the stack, but everybody who's on the stack currently already spoke once. And we were hoping to try to get actually breakouts that took up some of these different questions that have been raised or ideas that have been put forward, and see if we can get people actually committed to trying to implement them. So I'm going to try to create 6 breakout rooms, and they're not only about fundraising. We do want to talk about an off-air membership trophy. We want to talk about use of social media fundraising. We want to talk about developing a news programming, because there's not currently a newscast at several of the stations. There is no national newscast, and a couple of other ideas. So I'm going to see if I can do the breakout with titles on the breakout rooms, and people can have the option of dividing themselves up into one of about 6. There are about 50 people still on the call, or maybe a little bit less now. So let me try to do that, and we'll take maybe 15 or 20 minutes and try to come back and do a little report back. And we will save the chat with all the ideas people have put up, and we've been transcribing this. We'll save that as well. So give me a minute here.
Michael, this is Jim Dingman. I'm going to have to go, but I want to let people know that the Strategic Planning Committee of the National Board is doing the same kind of thing you're doing.
Can't hear you.
Several months.
You're muffled, Jim.
You can't hear me now?
Now we do.
All right. I have to go, but I wanted to let people know that the Strategic Planning Committee of the National Board has been doing exactly what you're doing right now for about 3 to 4 months. And people are welcome to participate in those meetings. They will be opened up so people can come in and argue with us about them. Thanks.
I would like to be able to pass on the suggestions that I was tasked.
Go ahead. It's going to take me a minute to get this stuff done anyway.
Okay. Create an LSB local station board report card on having done their homework. Bring in new generations. Encourage listeners to force their local LSBs to perform their fundraising duties. Tabling at various community events with WBAI information, cards with QR codes to link to podcasts and for streaming programs. Be present at social justice events. Start a fundraising effort of our own at Pacifica Fightback to raise funds to hire a part-time fundraiser outside of Pacifica. Use our own networking connections to find such a person. Broadcasters produce programming for other platforms, streaming, YouTube. I'd like to say that one is something that could be monetized as well, but I'd also like to encourage people who can't afford it to not be kept out from listening to those by a paywall.
Your comments are getting overrun by something. Post them in the chat, okay?
And I also wanted to suggest we could give out little cheapo radios, either a kind that only gets really cheap, that only gets WBAI, or the survivalist kind that gets weather emergencies and so forth and has a crank, and we could have a suggested donations. If people gave $25 for that, then they would become members. Also, we used to have a folio at WBAI. If we just had a folded cardboard once a month, it would be a handout. That would be great. I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Can people see the breakout rooms?
Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman.
No, we can't. At least I can't.
I don't understand why it's not visible.
Yeah, I still see the gallery of people.
Michael, it says on the sign.
Yes, I see a little.
There are 6 rooms. There are 6 rooms created. Do you see the names of the rooms?
There's a call-in user that has her hand up.
I'm sorry, can somebody respond to the question of whether the rooms are visible?
Yes, yes, the rooms are visible. Yeah, they're
No.
not to everybody.
So
Not to everybody.
just to be clear, you look on the bottom of your screen on the Zoom call, and where you typically see the chat button, share screen, record, live transcript. You should see a button that says breakout rooms that's next to reactions. If you
Got it.
click on breakout room, there are several rooms there, and you can join those rooms. Somebody's accidentally sharing their. Oh no! Wait, I'm in a breakout room.
I do not see the breakout rooms.
Okay, so on the bottom of my screen, next between live transcript and reactions says breakout rooms, and then it has 4 squares above the words breakout and rooms. And if
You might have to go to more.
Yeah,
And it might be, if you're on a tablet, it might be on the top instead of the bottom.
Yes, the instructions I gave were for if you're on a computer, if you're on a laptop. So it may be different if you're on your mobile device or on a tablet.
Yeah, depends what device you're using.
If you click on more, you should be able to see something that says breakout rooms. And there are 36 people. Go ahead.
This is Serene. I'm on that phone. You need to read the choices for those of us by phone and let us decide where we want to go, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I can no longer see them because after I created them, unless I go into one. Number
Michael,
one was.
I see them. I see them.
Okay,
I
somebody
can
read them.
Sure.
Membership Drive, Friends of Net.
Eleanor, please. Can we
Let
have the
Rodrigo
moderators
read
do
it.
this?
I appreciate the help, Eleanor. But let me go ahead and just read the rooms, folks. There's going to be 6 rooms. As I mentioned before, there should be an option, whether it's on the bottom of your screen or on the more button on your tablet or mobile device. The 6 rooms are Membership Drive, Friends of Net. You can join that room. The other room, the next room, number 2, is News Programming. After that, there is Partnerships. That is number 3. The other room is Programming Improvement. That's room number 4. Room number 5 is Social Media. And room number 6 is Online Auctions. I'll repeat them one more time, very briefly this time. Number 1 is Membership Drive, Friends of Net. Number 2 is News Programming. Number 3 is Partnerships. Number 4 is Programming Improvement. Number 5 is Social Media. And number 6 is Online Auctions. So let's go ahead and if you can, please make sure that you go to the breakout room option on your tablet or mobile device or on your laptop and select a room that you can go into so that we can kind of brainstorm some ideas, whether it is programming, social media, you have a tip on Membership Drive or whatnot. Feel free to enter the room.
Can I say something? I'm on a iPad, and on my left upper side, on my left side, there's a series of logos, and one says "Turn off center stage," and I clicked on that, and they all showed up.
Carol, do you see a?
If you can't find it, I can assign people. So the people who haven't joined yet, Barry, Bruce, let me know. I can just assign you to something.
Yeah, Michael is the host, so he can actually assign you to a particular room. So if there was a room that interests you, just if you want to unmic right now and let him know.
Yeah. Barry Klein.
Yeah. Let us know which room you like to join. Very briefly, again, room number 1 is Membership Drive. 2 is News Programming. 3 is Partnerships. 4 is Programming Improvement. Social Media is 5, and Online Auctions is 6. When you mention what room you want to say your name and the room that you want to join, please. Popcorn style, please.
Yeah, let me try to call people. Barry Klein. No. Bruce Greif, which room? Calling user 2, I think that might be Serene. What room you're interested in? No, I just joined one. All right. Dan Barham? Nobody's responding. I don't know. David? David Mandel, want to join the group? Elizabeth? What?
I'm interested in the membership drive, but I was supposed to leave because I had already mentioned that I was going to be leaving, only going to be able to be here for 1 hour, and
Well,
I've already stretched it. So I am interested. Anybody who joins the membership drive, Friends of Network, the network basically.
Yeah.
Then I left my email in the chat, and I'd be happy to join
Okay.
in the future.
Okay. Yeah, the idea of Friends of was to create a network of Friends of BAI, Friends of KPFA, Friends of KPFK in your local area.
I was talking more of Friends
yeah.
of Pacifica. In other words,
Yeah.
getting
Either way.
talking about Pacifica
Yeah.
more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Janine, did you want to be in a group? You want to do?
I'm
Did you?
just looking at social media.
Okay. Joan?
I'm not sure, maybe membership or program.
Michael Novak.
Yeah.
Ted, you muted. Ted, you're muted.
He disappeared. I don't know. Maybe he signed himself to something.
Can you hear me?
Joan, I didn't understand what you were saying. Can I just assign you to something?
Yeah, I guess programming
Okay.
or membership.
Okay.
Michael?
Ted?
No one is in the partnerships room. I think it's really important. Is there any way that you can assign some people or let some people that are in a very large breakout know that there's no one except me in partnerships? Michael, did you hear me?
Yes, I just assigned a couple of people.
All right, I'll go back to breakout rooms then.
Michael?
Yeah.
There's nobody in the membership drive.
I'm about to join it. I'll assign you there. Let me reassign you there.
The thing is that I'm getting a call from my landlord now.
Okay, go ahead. All right, I'll just join. There's 3 people in the membership drive. I'll join it.
So I put my email in the chat. So and I hope somebody saved the chat. I saved part of it, but then we had more stuff there. But yeah, that's what we've basically been trying to do is get more people members. Oh, you already left. Ah, I've got to go. I'm not sure this group that's here, is this a specific group, or people are just connected here because they didn't join the other ones? Okay, well, it's been a pleasure to hear everybody's voices here, and I hope to be able to continue. I guess people are coming back to the main room.
Michael, this is Ted Weiskell. No one joined me. You said 2 people were assigned, but no one was in partnerships.
Okay. Michael is not here right now. I don't know where Michael went.
Well, those of you who are within the sound of my voice.
I can hear you. Yeah. Let me contact Mike.
Well, no. Just let's, I'm asking you all, if you're not in a room, let's go to partnerships. Is that okay? I have any takers?
I was in the memberships, and there's a couple of people there, but I have to leave. I put my email there, and so we can continue this conversation. I can definitely be contacted through my email, and that's what we've been doing here at KPFA, trying to get Rescue Pacifica, trying to get more members become members of, actually bringing forth more Pacifica network, not just a station, but Pacifica as the network. We're trying to uplift that so that we have more of a, here in KPFA, it's rarely ever noted that KPFA is part of Pacifica. And so it's important that we should bring that forward, that we're part of a network.
May I ask you a question or two?
Of course.
Did you see the 17 points that I posted in the chat?
I saved the chat. So if you have it there, did you include those 17 points all at one time, or different period, each point at different periods of time?
The latter.
In different periods of time. I was reading a lot of your suggestions, as well as reading the other people's suggestion as well. And I saved the chat, so I'm going to be looking it over with more carefully. And
may I give you my contact information, my email address right now?
Sure. Let me hold on one second. Let me write it now, and that way we'll be in contact, and I'll send you my email at the same time. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, go ahead.
My first and last name, which is on the screen at the bottom, no space, @gmail.com.
Weasel.
Something like that.
Weasel, WEI. Okay, @gmail.com. Okay, I'm KPFA LSB member.
No, I'm a graduate of San Jose State. Whatever that good will do me.
Okay, I put my information on the subject heading, so you know what it's about.
Great. Are there other people? I see Christine Schmidt, Rick Hauser, Yoshiko. I probably mispronounced that.
Hi, everyone. I came in late. I was unable to attend the earlier part of the meeting. I didn't know if it was still on. I'm on Long Island, New York, and I'm a WBAI listener.
Well, this is going to be taped. This is recorded, so whatever you missed, you're going to be able to listen to. And now people have been sent to different committees, or not, actually more like breakout rooms based on different suggestions that were presented. Let me see if I can contact Michael, because it looks like Michael's not here and he's the host. Let's see who has the hosting capabilities. Oh, there's no host here, so there's nobody that can actually assign anyone here to any room.
We are now, for all intents and purposes, we are now in a room. There is you, Elizabeth, who has to lead, Christine, Yoshio.
Right.
Victor, you're both muted.
You're right. You are
Victoria
in
and Marcia. If y'all unmute yourselves, we can be a room.
Yes. Are we on a certain topic here?
Well, the main
talk about partnerships, but maybe each one of us can talk about what it is that we are passionate about. And I don't mind sharing. I will just call on people. Victoria, since you spoke earlier, I know you can hear us. Can we hear you again?
Maybe she's left.
Maybe. Is Rick Hauser on the call? You're muted.
It's not here either.
Well, sometimes people have difficulty unmuting themselves. Or some people just choose not to participate in vocally. I think the chat is okay.
Yoshio, are you on the call? You're muted.
Oh, this is the main chat here. So there's been a lot of, I know, Christina, because you came in late, you probably are not, don't have access to the information that was presented to the chat.
The earlier chat is not visible.
Right, I know it's
But
going to
I'll
be.
catch up later on if I have time. I'll look at it.
There's been different opinions regarding, what should be done in terms of dealing with this crisis, the financial crisis, as well as the organizational crisis, and there's issues about creating partnerships, community partnerships. There's people who brought up the issue of underwriting, or whether or not it's a slippery slope or not. There's been people who brought in the fact that we need to bring in more younger programming and more hard-hitting programming, more radical programming, more connections with the community, more actual on-the-ground participation in demonstrations and events and issues.
Elizabeth, let me ask you a question, and Christine as well. On the air, do the people in your markets, do they know what's going on? Does the programming tell people how desperate the situation is?
Are you asking?
They do. They do every day, every program, every host speaks about the urgency of helping WBAI now with BAI buddy money coming in, and then we had a special fund, a tower fund, to help with the rent on the tower. We have that tower in New York City. Very, very expensive.
How has this desperate message been received?
I don't think people can help any more than they're doing right now, Ted. The membership is down now. People are struggling. A lot of people lost jobs, It's a very bad time in around New York.
Okay, let me ask the same question of Elizabeth.
Well, there is obviously some, I don't listen to every single program, but there has been mention of course, the financial difficulties and fundraising and things like that. I mostly have seen things via email where KPFA has sent email to listeners regarding the funding problems in Pacifica. But as an LSB member of KPFA, what I've seen, and I've at the LSB meetings, unfortunately, has been a lot of bad mouthing of Pacifica Network, something that I've been opposed to, and most of the members of the Rescue Pacifica group have been opposed to, because that doesn't inspire much confidence in Pacifica as a network, and it undermines Pacifica as a network, as does the fact that one of the main issues is that there's a lot of listeners of KPFA who are unaware of the role that that some members of the KPFA LSB are playing in suing Pacifica Network over and over again, and in filing the FCC petition to attack a sister station. In fact, at the May LSB meeting, there was a resolution that was actually passed by the KPFA LSB in support of the PMB director, who's no longer the PMB director from KPFA, who had been caught red-handed, basically contacting people by the phone to try to get supporters of the petition going. So he's still a member of the LSB, however, as also the secretary of the KPFA LSB, Carol Wolfley, also sent in a letter to the FCC in support of the petition to deny as well.
Let me interrupt you for a moment to tell you a couple of things. Number one, chapter 20 of Robert's Rules of Order can tell you how you can go about removing somebody. So if you just get a copy of the book.
No, the thing is we don't have the majority on the KPFA LSB with a minority. And in fact, they're using chapter 20 against me, or they haven't named chapter, they haven't specified that chapter as such, but they try to initiate an ethics committee against me to try to have a trial. They have not given up on that idea, although this September 17th, they have so far stated that they were not going to hold it on the September 17th meeting at the LSB, at this LSB meeting. However,
I think you should look at it and relish the fact that they're trying to go after you and use it as an opportunity to go after them.
Oh yeah, we are. They rescue Pacifica. That's why they're attacking me, basically, because I have been informing the KPFA listeners as well as the listeners at other stations as well under public comment of this public information. In other words, information that about what the KPFA LSB is doing.
Okay, let me mention something related to fundraising. I lived in California and was involved deeply in the beginnings of the Peace and Freedom Party in 1967 and 1968. And through details that I don't want to take time telling you about, I ended up registering Quincy Jones to become a member of Peace and Freedom Party. I put in the chat that I suggest that you reach out to him, to Joan Baez, who I didn't mention, Jane Fonda, and let them know what's going on and get their assistance and the assistance of their friends. I thought of Rob Reiner, who I did mention in the chat. Go after these people who have deep pockets and let them know that Pacifica has helped advance causes that they're sympathetic with, and now we need their help. And hopefully they can give you names and phone numbers of other people who have money.
Yeah.
And help us to get out of this mess, and then we can fix our politics.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Also, we here are picking up on a lot of the activities that WBAI has been doing regarding Julian Assange. So we're going to be covering a table outside of the concert for the Roger Waters concert for Julian Assange here in the Bay Area. And we are, promoting the trying to basically, we've been to the mime troupe and spoken with people there. We have gone to the Parker Elementary School, where there has been a school takeover because there's school closures going on and privatization of schools and privatization of the Port of Oakland.
Too many details.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, Christine, can I suggest that you reach out to Amy Goodman and find out people who have money that have been on her program that you can reach out to, so that you can get some serious money to save this station.
I have a feeling that has been done in New York. I'm really not sure, Ted. I'm not on that. And I know, I listen to Amy, I know her well. But Gary Knoll is carrying most of the fundraising for WBAI in New York now. He's on continually, and he doesn't take any money for himself and raises funds because of his premiums. And they're selling some other things over and over and over again, these products And people are turning it off because they don't want to hear this over and over again, you know?
Well, then use the next
Too bad.
use the next LSB meeting as a way to go after the station manager and Gary Null.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of good ideas came up today if people from New York were in the meetings here.
Well, there was people from New York, and they still are. And regarding Gary Null, to tell you the truth, I know that he's one of the main fundraisers for WBAI, and that's being used as an excuse for having to file the petition to deny. But that is, I believe, just basically a ruse to again try to close down WBAI, like was done in October 2019.
Yeah.
I want to stop talking myself and let other people talk. I think.
Who else is here?
Barry Klein is here. I'm not sure if they feel like talking. Yoshio, Rick Hauser, Martha Siegel. Oh no, Michael's still not here. I was supposed to be leaving. I was supposed to leave about an hour ago, more than an hour. Yeah, actually, because I'm in the middle of something right now with my landlord who's waiting for me. So I need to get off right now. So, if you don't mind waiting until Michael comes back, he should be back in. He should be back in about 2 minutes.
Okay, Christine and I can talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Where do you live, Ted? Are you in California now?
No, I'm in Houston.
Houston. And how are things down there?
We don't even have a radio station right now. Everything is being done through pre-recorded stuff, and I don't even know how it gets on the air. But we're supposed to be moving into a new building. I actually was able to identify somebody I know who had what apparently, according to our interim station manager, put out today that a man by the name of Joe Marcinkowski, who runs a furniture company, is donating all of the furniture we need for our new home.
Wow.
And it was being delivered today.
That is nice. Wow.
So
I have a lot of people in Houston and Dallas on my Facebook page. I'm a human rights activist, an international human rights activist. And I have about 100,000 people on my Facebook groups and Facebook pages. And many of them happen to be new Afghan immigrants, you know, and they're really lost in Houston and Dallas. They don't know where to go or who to hang out with, you know. So I'm kind of guiding them.
Do they speak English?
Yes, they all speak English. They were the interpreters for our troops, and they got special immigrant visas, and a lot of them ended up in Houston and Dallas and Sacramento and Colorado. They're all over the country now.
I've got the name and a telephone number of somebody with the City of Houston Health and Human Services Department. She is the Senior Counselor for Community Reentry Network Program. Her name is Nata, N-A-T-A. Are you writing this down?
No, but I know a lot of these people are trying to help the immigrants coming in. I have a page because I'm guiding them better than anybody else. I tell them to get in touch with the local Unitarians, you know, some progressive people in Houston so that they have a good support group. And they must know who their elected officials are. And I've got them all following Beto's campaign because he's running a very exciting campaign there for governor of Texas. So I'm showing them they can learn a lot from watching this about how our democracy functions and how somebody runs for office.
I'd like to give you this woman's name and phone number so you can pass it on to your Afghani friends.
Okay.
She's with
Give me her name. I'll look her up, Ted.
Okay, N-A-T-A, middle of E, last name Korber, K-O-E-R-B-E-R. I hope you will let those of your friends on Facebook who have money, let them know about the situation we're dealing with in Pacifica.
Oh, I do. I put WBAI Live on my Facebook page, so they hear it from New York.
Good.
They hear the shows and they're getting used to the shows. I told them that's free speech radio. They've got to tune into that. So I run it live on all of my pages and all my Facebook groups. I don't want to get them involved in the bickering that's going on because they would never understand that at this point. I want them just to listen to the shows. Many of them are dirt poor, Ted, you know. They just barely made it out of Afghanistan with their life before they were beheaded by the Taliban. And so they're trying to find their way around Houston and Dallas and Austin. Many of them are afraid to work because they haven't got a green card yet, so they're struggling, you know. I told them about Catholic Charities. I told them about the churches. But they're a good group for the future if we can get them into our network. The Christian churches are trying to get them in, you know, and they're all Muslim. So I suggest that they go to the Unitarian groups there in Houston. The Unitarian fellowships, get involved with a progressive group that's immigrant friendly, and they would have a good group to help them and advise them, and new opportunities would open up for them work-wise and housing and apartments. And I also tell them to know who their elected officials are in Texas. Who are their senators? Who are their representatives? I said, these people are elected to help you. When you need help, call on them.
Let me have your phone number. I play a lot of pickleball, and I was with a woman who told me that she's helping, her church is helping Afghani refugees, and it's a really difficult situation, but I'd like to put you in touch with her. So why don't you get,
I'd rather be in touch with the Unitarians, Ted. I don't want to be involved with the Christian groups because they're trying to convert all these Muslims to Christianity. It's a terrible thing, you know. The Muslims belong with a progressive group like the Unitarians or ethical humanists.
Well, wait a second. I don't know what her affiliation is. Let me just have your phone number and you
okay. Mine is 516-378-5694. That's my landline.
56 what?
94.
Okay, and your email?
It's Tanya, T as in Thomas, W as in water, A as in apple, N as in Nancy, Y as in yellow, A as in apple, and then the number 1 at AOL.com. Tanya1 at AOL.com.
Okay. Tanya1.
That's it. At AOL.com.
Got it. All right, her name is Linda and her husband's name is Doug, and I think they're good people, but I don't know them very well.
Yeah.
I know them as
They're
pickleball
trying to
players.
help well, everyone's trying to help the immigrants, you know, but they're also hoping to get new members. And these people are Muslim. They don't want to convert to Christianity, and they really don't want to go to Christian churches. I told them Catholic Charities is very secular. They will give food or furniture to anyone, you know. They're not going to force people to become Catholics.
Understood. I think that may be the case with Doug and Linda.
Yeah. The churches need members. They need money, Ted, you know.
Well,
I don't know. I like the Unitarians. The Unitarians are democratic. They're open. They're immigrant friendly. We have an office at the United Nations. So the Unitarians in Houston are the best place for new immigrants to go. They don't hang out in bars because they don't drink, they don't smoke. they don't know where to even meet friends. They're all hanging out together, which is very bad. You know, they don't, other Afghans can't help them. They're in the same situation they are.
Well, I wonder if they're like Cuban immigrants who are also turned out to be right wingers. That, I mean, everybody deserves a life, but in any case, can you tell me, are these people going to become conservative reactionaries?
It depends on who befriends them. That's why I want to befriend them so that they become progressive and join us before somebody else gets them. The churches are trying to get them. The Christians are trying to grab them and bring them in, convert to Christianity. So if we can get them into our progressive human rights movements, get them on WBAI and get them into the Unitarian groups or into Ethical Humanist Society, where there's no religious, no supernatural beliefs forced on them.
My mother and father were members of the Ethical Culture Society.
I'm a member of the group here. We have ethical culture on Long Island, so I kind of bounce back and forth between ethical culture and Unitarians.
Well, unfortunately, the first and only meeting I ever went to of the Ethical Culture Society, a speaker was justifying our presence in Vietnam.
Oh,
Never went back.
Oh, too bad. It's a very good group in most cities, and it's growing now. They have quite an outreach to new college students and young people. And so I think ethical humanism will grow as these religions die off. You know, people
I'm not sure that there is such a group in Houston. If there is, why don't you email me my first and last name at gmail.com.
All right. Maybe we can keep in touch, Ted, if, you know, after we meet today. I need more Americans on my pages. I think we should have more Americans influencing these people that are coming in and other people around the world. I have friends in Egypt, in Pakistan, Afghanistan, now all over Africa. And, you know, they don't have a correct image of America. They have to meet us and talk to us. They hear a lot of propaganda, you know.
And my sister, who got me involved in Pacifica, who's 10 years younger than I am, she was answering phones at KPFK before she moved 40 some years ago to Israel.
Oh.
Where she's in the peace movement there.
Well, the internet is uniting us all, that's for sure.
Knock on wood.
I noticed it after the Queen died, that, you know, how united we are all over the world on Facebook and Twitter.
Hey, I need to step away from the phone for a minute. I'll be right back, okay?
All right, go ahead. We'll wait and see if Mike comes in. Marcia, you're not here? Rick Hauser is not here? Yoshio is not here? Barry Klein and Victoria. Nobody is here. Jim and Janet and Paulina. Hi, Paulina.
Hello. Hi, Christine.
Thank you, Osset, for your comments. I have great inspiration from seeing what you guys do in Washington. It always blows my mind.
Washington, the state, or Washington, D.C.? Where are you, Victoria?
Victoria's in Washington, D.C.
Oh, D.C.
Hi, so we're back in the main room, and I think people got automatically muted. So, is Rodrigo still with us? Maybe not. I don't know what happened there. Rodrigo and Janine and Steinmeli, I think, were in the.
I think we lost a bunch of people on the way back.
Well, a lot of people never went anywhere. Although they got assigned to groups, they never joined them. And let me see. I'll click back on breakout rooms, see what's happening.
Michael, this is Ted. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I didn't know how to put this. I'm not sure I'm going to say it right now, but I just want people to be aware of the fact that this is an open call, and there may be some people on this call who are not necessarily allies of Pacifica.
There's nothing we could do about that, Ted.
Understood. I just thought we.
I get you. I get it. I get it. People, I got to go. I have to go to ceremony, and so Nancy's going to report out of improving programming. Rodrigo, thank you very much. I'm gonna be calling you. Hopefully, you can take my call. Paulina, good to see you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Lawrence. Appreciate it. So, Rodrigo, want to take back over?
Okay. Thank you, Michael. And I want to thank everybody for participating in the breakout sessions. Hopefully they were productive. They were also instructive. And hopefully we also got some networking done, right? I know that we have these large town halls and sometimes we see people on the screens, but when we break out into these little rooms, it allows us to get to know each other a little bit better and kind of talk a little bit more intimately. I appreciate Michael setting that up because again, we hear folks right on the conference calls right now, but when we're all together, you know, we kind of get a little bit more unified as far as like what we can do and whatnot. I know, for example, in the social media room, breakout room that I was in, we had some great discussions as far as like what's going on in their respective stations and in my station, and it's good to just kind of break bread with folks that understand me and what's going on. So I really appreciate that. With that said, though, I want to go ahead and make sure that we give time to the breakout rooms. Hopefully everybody in each one of the breakout rooms was able to delegate one person to speak on behalf of that group and maybe share what they discussed, what solutions they came up with, or at the very least, kind of some charges that they're willing to take on or offer to other folks so that we can come up with some solutions to the issues that we're facing right now. I'll go ahead and allow the first breakout, group number one. Who is the delegate for that particular group?
So that was the membership drive. It never gelled. I kept assigning people into it and nobody would join actually. So I'm not sure why. To me, it's a no-brainer that the easiest way to bring some money in the door and to build some alliances is to go to, labor unions, community civic organizations, ACLU, Lawyers Guild, 350.org, Black Lives Matter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and say, please, I think we can find influential people already connected to Pacifica or in those organizations who can be ambassadors to say, we're looking for, X hundreds of your members to become a basic member of your local station. And here's why. And, just have a campaign over a course of 2-3 months to say, okay, here's how many people we're trying to get to join 10,000 new members for KPFK in the next 3-4 months. And that's, times 10,000 times 25 is, you're talking real money. And I think it's doable. I think it would be better if we had buy-in from the management to do a concerted campaign at each station with, appropriate materials. But if we don't, I still think we should just go ahead and organize it ourselves and go ahead and do it. And, we were just at the labor march here. It was the biggest one in years after 2 years of no marches because of COVID. it was a giant turnout. A lot of people marching and many people at the rally, and there was a separate whole rally downtown for SEIU did on its own for county workers or domestic. I think that we could easily attract many hundreds and many thousands actually of new members and income, but also people then have some skin in the game with Pacifica and want to know why it's not meeting their needs and campaigning to get it to do so, or creating the venues in which some fresh voices can come in. And a lot of those organizations are much younger than our current audience. The teacher corps at United Teachers Los Angeles is way different than it was when I was teaching. I'm retired for over 10 years. And it's much younger. It's of color predominantly. And it's more militant than it was when I was in the union by far. And, I think that the same thing is true in a lot of other, labor movements now. It's mostly young people getting themselves organized. And the same is true with the climate crisis movement and, the March for Our Lives and the Women's March and the Science March. And there are people out there that, we should just appeal to on the basis of what Pacifica could be, as opposed to what it is, frankly. And, make a concerted effort. So I'll continue pushing that. And I guess I'll report on the auction too, because we didn't really get much of the turnout for that one either. But there is a platform out there that is being used by multiple nonprofits where you can put things up for sale basically online, either on consignment. The person who donates it sets a price, and if the price is met, it's sold, and the money goes to, your nonprofit, or it's put up for bid, and you set a minimum bid, and then the sky's the limit, and the money goes. But they also have other elements, including social media fundraising and other aspects. All of that is made available to anybody who's subscribed to that platform, so that people can bid on your thing. They have never heard of KPFK or BAI or whatever your station is, but it's got to be approved by the national board or the ED, because it's the one 501c3 for everybody. You have to work out how to do it so that each station gets its cut when it happens through that station. So there are a couple of technical details, but it's imminently available, and why they haven't agreed to do it yet, I don't know. Again, our fundraising committee and Janine, it played the lead, but somebody on the committee recommended it. We vetted it. We looked it over. We got a presentation. We had the presentation to management and then hit a wall. So again, this would be a form of outreach, because people would notice, oh, here's this nonprofit radio station never heard of in my area that has some interesting things, and so that's it.
Michael, thank you so much for reporting on those two particular groups. And I do agree with you. I think I hear something. But not going to go too deep into that. But I do agree with you that we are missing some opportunities. Ted, if you could be so kind as to go on mute, Ted, I would appreciate that.
I asked you a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted. I definitely don't want to go through more missed opportunities when it comes to rallies and marches and all that. The Pacifica Network should be the first and foremost media outlet out there when these types of things happen. And when it comes to late breaking news, for example, with the heat wave, somebody had mentioned it earlier. I thought it was so important to mention that we were just failing to deliver that news to our community and reporting on how our communities are affected by that. Thank you so much, Michael, for that report. I want to go ahead and go off to another group. Anybody want to volunteer first before I start calling y'all out? Let's see. Anybody? No? Well, with that case, then I'll go ahead and defer to the social media group. It was myself, Miss Stahimili. I'm so sorry, Miss Mapp, if I mispronounced your name.
You got it right, brother.
Ooh, and as well as Miss. Oh my God, I forgot her name. No. Come on. Help me out. Let's see.
Oh, I don't see the name.
I don't. It was another lady that was with us earlier who gave a presentation.
It's Janine. Bro.
Janine, there we go. Janine, yes. Thank you so much, Janine. Janine, did you want to speak on behalf of our group and what we talked about briefly, and maybe some plans of actions that we have?
Well, I think you'd probably be better. I know that I was interested in what you had talked about with TikTok and getting it going at KPFT, and I'm at KPFK. And you gave us a couple of steps, of, first making the entity, and then surveying the different programmers and getting all of their information from the Facebook, if they have a Facebook page, if they have a Instagram page. So you kind of got everybody's information so that you could then, when you're on TikTok and have created the account, you can kind of bring some of their content into the station. Like it's almost like a tree trunk of all the different programs coming into one stream of whatever the social media platform is. So I'm new to TikTok. I'm kind of more the Facebook. I'm lagging behind on some of the newer platforms, and so it took me a little bit. But that's why I appreciated you spending the time. And I think if you were able, I'd be interested in trying to rally some of the other stations to kind of send somebody to a little bit of a workshop where it could maybe just be an hour, where people just can become more comfortable and set their station up to have that sort of outreach. And so I would be willing to do that, and I think it would be great if we could do it in the next week or two, and I hope I can stay in touch with you on that. And anybody, I don't know if there's a place for us to all have each other's emails, but I imagine people would email you, but I'll also put my email in, because I would love to coordinate something like that. I think it would be great if we could all kick it off.
No, that's great. Ms. Mapp, I see your hand raised. Please feel free to speak on what we talked about in the social media room.
Yeah, I think we also kicked around a little bit, maybe having another town hall. It couldn't be next weekend because we have a different town hall happening then, but maybe down the line where Rodrigo might be able to do a workshop for us on the various platforms. Do something similar to maybe like what he did at his own station, just to see how to set things up. And then I don't know if that you thought that was what you might want to do, or if you wanted to do it at individual stations as well.
No, I appreciate that, Ms. Mapp and Ms. Roan. I just wanted to be very clear about it, right? That it did take some buy-in from my interim general manager to make that happen. And so when we are allowed to create our ideas, we have some really dope ideas, and I'm really disappointed to see how so many different managements are prohibiting us from being creative and from really kind of unleashing our potential. Very briefly, there at KPFT, I did create a platform, a unified platform, a unified name, brand, if you will, for our station. And then from there, I think Janine gave a great example, right, from a tree trunk, but I like to actually consider it more of like roots that lead to the tree trunk. What I mean by that is all these shows, they create their own content. Ms. Mapp had referred to a survey that I sent out. I sent out a survey to all of our programmers and hosts, and I got all their information, their Instagrams, their Twitters, Facebook, all that stuff, right? And I was able to consolidate that into a list. And then we started following each other and doing this and that. And I told them, just tag the account. Oh, that's all you got to do. Tag the account, and I will repost it on the main account. And so if you go to KPFT Houston TX on Instagram, for example, you will see a ton of videos, a ton of interviews, very eclectic mix. I created none of that content. All that content comes from folks already creating content. So it just kind of all comes together, like Janine was saying, into a tree trunk, right? And imagine this, if we could have all the stations kind of working on the same thing, and then Pacifica has their own, tag, they start grabbing content from those accounts, and I'm telling you, it just multiplies at an exponential factor, really, where all these videos and Instagrams and TikToks start exploding and stuff. And so my whole point with that is we would have to start from the ground level first, right? But we have to have support from management. And that was the only way that I was able to create that there at KPFT. It was a proof of concept. We ended up increasing our engagement and raising money. So it works. And hopefully by developing this content and creating a seminar or workshop where folks who are on this call or who are programmers or hosts on other calls, we can hold that and start kind of doing that. I'll probably start doing something like maybe on one platform. Hey, how do you work Twitter? Okay, let's all get together. Let's create a Twitter account for your show. What are we going to do here? Here's what we do, best practices, XYZ, and then go from that platform to another platform to another platform. Kind of explain stuff to folks and at the very least, get them onto the platforms and start creating those roots so that they come together into a tree trunk and then start spreading out onto the Pacifica network. That's my intention with that. Hopefully everybody, can buy in with that. I know that Ms. Mapp and Ms. Roan were very happy for that. And hopefully we can create something out of that. Open to any feedback very quickly. If I see a couple hands raised, feel free if you want to chime in very quickly. But I do want to go ahead and get to the next groups as well.
I raised my hand just for a minute to talk about, Linktree, which a lot of people have it. It's like one place you go to, and then you have all the social media accounts that person, that organization is involved with in one place. You click on the Linktree link, and then breaks down into, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, web page, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we should look into that for all the stations.
Stop copying my notes, Michael. Don't look into my notes, Michael, because that's what we're doing at KPFT as well. We're going to establish link trees for every one of our programs onto the main website. So it's very accessible. So that's a great idea, Michael. I'm glad you mentioned that. Jim, you have your hand raised?
I agree with you 100%, Rodrigo. This is stuff that's long overdue. We've been arguing it for 10 goddamn years. And, it's ridiculous that this hasn't been done. It's one of the many reasons why we have such low audience. Imagine if we had done all these things 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It would definitely have changed everything. And I think the training issue is extremely important, because to learn how to use Twitter and Facebook and all these other things, interact with shows, we have an example of that at the radio station in New Jersey, WFMU, where they have Audience Engine intact. And essentially Audience Engine is a earlier rendition of how you could use Twitter and Facebook to actually liven up the shows. They only do their fundraising via the internet. So there's all these examples that we've had that have been going on for the past 15, 20 years. And I blame the leadership at the national level and the local level for lack of imagination, for not keeping in touch with the digital revolution. Anyway, but those are all great ideas. Great, let's do it.
Thank you so much for that, Jim. And I agree with you. I actually had some of these ideas 4 years ago when I first started, and unfortunately there was no support for that. So I appreciate your support and everybody's support for making this happen. Christine, feel free to take the mic briefly.
Thank you, Rodrigo. I'd like to be a member of your group. As I said, I'm on Facebook and Twitter, and I have over 100,000 friends with me now. What I've done is just what I do on my own, which is posting WBAI all over the world and all over the United States on my Facebook page and my Twitter account. I've introduced everybody to Amy Goodman and Democracy Now! So that's circulating all over the United States on my pages. Also, Professor Rick Wolf, Gary Null, I've put everybody on my pages. So they're getting familiar with them. And I do just post WBAI live, and then people can hear it wherever they are. I've just done it on my own, Rodrigo, because I had the opportunity to do it, So I've got over 100,000 people now, and I'm introducing them to all of this.
That's fantastic, Christine. And I commend you and applaud you for doing that. I want to make something very clear, y'all. We can definitely do our part to promote our shows. Okay. I know that promoting the stations on behalf of the station can get a little tricky and all that. I get that. But I want to make it very clear, like Christine has done, she's taken upon herself to just promote certain shows and promote stuff. And she's grown an audience there. Thank you so much, Christine, for doing that. We can do that ourselves. But like Jim said, there is kind of a training issue there. I think the folks that do have that knowledge, myself included, but I'm sure there's others here on this call that are good at particular platforms. Let's unite and let's go ahead and do some workshops and let's do some seminars so that we can kind of help each other out, the programming and the hosts and so forth, to do that. Rachel, even in the chat, was saying, hey, let's do this on our own. I 100% agree with that. One thing that I'm very proud of is the social footprint that the two shows that I have, I'm now in charge of the social media for those shows as of about half a year ago, that we've grown big. And I'm very diligent about that, promoting the shows and adding stuff and all that stuff. That's something that I could talk about a little bit more in the workshop. But definitely, we've been doing it on our own, even if we didn't have support of the station. Thankfully, though, we do now have kind of support from the station, and we're going to grow with that as well. Last person to comment on this particular workshop, and then we'll head to the next room. Nancy, feel free to unmic and share, please.
Okay, I was writing the notes in the chat. Please don't do that because it disappears. So I have to do from my poor memory. So the people on the programming was a large group, and we did not get to everybody. And I can't remember everything that was done, but so whatever I forget, please speak up. It was said, yeah, we need to do video, more video, get into the 21st, or is it 22nd century now? Anyway, to get in the multimedia format with videos. And national issues should be debated and discussed in national town halls. I mean, we should be famous for that. That is something that you don't see, right? Except maybe Tom Hartman's show, where he's talking most of the time. But if we were to have town hall meetings on national issues like gun control or abortion or all these other horrible things that are happening. Okay. And yes, when things are suggested, very good things like for grants or for fundraising, but the manager is afraid or management is afraid or doesn't trust that that person who's suggesting, then it just gets shoved aside and not even looked at. I would say, make a motion and give it to the PMB. There's a strategic planning committee. It's supposed to be open. It was not open most of the year. People need to complain and demand that committee be open all the time. All right, next is how to measure. Oh, this was a really interesting question. How to measure a programming by its fundraising only? And it seems like, that's what's been done. That's a good question. Anyway, I would add only two of the stations of the 5 stations have programming committees that are open to the membership, and they could be supporting and promoting and doing a lot of work that the manager and the program director don't have time to, like liaisoning with the students, with teachers, all kind of things. All right, so your station, if it's not WPFW and if it's not KPFK, then you don't have a programming committee. All right, next is when the candidates are giving their campaign speeches, you don't hear what their stance is on social justice issues, and that was a complaint by one of the members. And also a very strong demand that we need to get money out of the Pacifica elections. Those glossy mailers, they cost, like $10,000 each. At one time we were trying to find out how much they cost. And they sway people with those pictures. And all the candidates who do not have money to do that, they suffer. Now, is that a fair election? Should Pacifica be doing that kind of election? I thought we were supposed to be better, right? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm putting my own opinion. The other comment was, I'm sorry. Now, Anthony and Carol Francis, I think they made some comments, and if I left out anybody, could they speak up, please?
Sure, I just wanted to add one of the suggestions was about getting money out of Pacifica elections, is to make that a program just before we have Pacifica elections, to say, okay, it's been suggested that we get money out of the elections, and Pacifica people know what money in elections have done to US elections and state elections and city elections. They'll certainly understand if we have the people who are in the camp that are pro-election, pro money in the elections, speak up, and those who speak up against it, and then a call in, there's going to be an overwhelming, response that we need to get money out of elections.
Then I would demand to also tell all the membership how to communicate with their elected officials. There's, let's see, LSB at kpfk.org. There's KPFA LSB Google at googlesgroup.com. There's WPFW-LSB at gmail.com. There's LSB at kpft.org. And there's no email list to WBA's LSB, despite a motion that was passed last year that the manager make that. So the BAI listeners, they have no direct communication to their elected board members. And there's PMB at pacifica.org. That's where these addresses need to be told to the listeners, not just listed on somewhere, because not all listeners have Wi-Fi devices. It needs to be said on the air. If you don't have communication with your elected official, you're just you're completely cut off. And then for LSBs to communicate with the listeners, they got to do like we did for this email blast for this town hall, and it costs around $400 to $500 each time we do an email blast. We got to dig in their pockets to collect it and pay the company that does this e-blast. It's expensive. Why? It should be an easier way to communicate with your constituent. And we have to have town hall meetings on the air. And we had a motion from the programming committee to the PMB, and it was sent back to the programming committee. The people have rights that they should demand for, and they have the biggest power in their voice, more than LSPs. That's what I want to say. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate you for that commentary. Definitely, if anybody else wants to chime in on that particular, I do see two hands. Feel free to come up. Anthony, you were first on the stack. What would you like to add to the conversation? Anthony Fest, if you are next on the stack, feel free to unmic and add.
Okay. How about,
go.
Okay. Yeah, one thing I brought up in the breakout group was that I think nearly all of us are about public affairs and news. I'm sure we all listen to music, but we don't talk about music programming. And that I preface this by saying that I had no answers, but we need to address the questions of which hours should be music and which hours should be public affairs and news. And once the music hours are decided, which genres are most important for a Pacifica station to air, and which genres should air at which hours. These questions never get discussed at my station, because anybody who has a show, whether it be music or public affairs, gets to keep it indefinitely. But that's no way to make decisions, just continuing the status quo indefinitely. So we ought to at least among ourselves kick these ideas around and see what we can come up with.
I appreciate that, Anthony. Thank you so much for that. I think that is a good question to ask. We recently had a programming change here at KPFT, and it's kind of the same question too, like who decides what, as far as like how many programming hours do we have dedicated to radio and to the community. and how many hours do we have programmed to the music? So I think that's a fair question to ask. I do want to just go ahead and state that we are coming up on, I believe, 4 hours on the call. And so we have I do want to be respectful of everybody's day and everybody's Saturday, really. And so I do see a few hands up. I want to make sure that we touch all the breakout groups. So I will ask the few folks that are up right now with their hands raised, if they can keep their comments brief, and then we'll continue to the next breakout group and then go from there. Rachel Barr, I see you're next on the stack. Please add to the conversation.
Thanks. I just wanted to say a word about what Nancy said about the LSBs and the listeners not having regular communication. So that's part of the bylaws. And so I have been trying to get management ever since I've been on the LSB, which is December 2021, to ensure that there's a way for listeners to contact the LSB members either or by email and or phone, because one of the problems management has is forgetting that a lot of listeners do not have 24/7 computer access. And so I'm still trying to get that motion put forth on the LSB meetings, and so that LSB members can answer any phone messages or emails that are sent, because it's really illegal, because if people pay money, which is another conversation in and of itself, to be members of WBAI, then they have the legal right, as is stated in the bylaws, to communicate with the LSB members, whether they're elected by the listeners or by the staff. So I'm still, I'm not giving up yet. Maybe in 5 minutes I will, but I'm still trying to get that bylaw enforced, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone, because we're ending this meeting in like 5 minutes. Thank you for everyone's time and listening, and I hope that we can really work together cohesively to keep Pacifica on the airwaves. And we need to emphasize working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. I want to go ahead and go over to Jonathan Wheel. He is next on the stack. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. If you could correct me, that'd be great.
It's pronounced Wild, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in the breakout group on online auctions, and I shared some of my ideas there. But since then, I've had more kind of exciting thoughts about this. But I think I don't want to share them online because because it's being listened to by people not necessarily friendly to us. So I thought rather than do that, in the next couple of days, I would send an email to Michael Novick, who was, set the group up. So anyway, if that makes sense, or if you think there's somebody else that might make more sense to, contact about it.
No, Jonathan, I think that's great. Definitely pass that along to Michael, and Michael is kind of our go-to as far as the organizing is concerned. And I appreciate you, Michael, for doing that. And we'll definitely get the right people involved if somebody else is kind of pertinent to the information that you provided. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Was that everything you wanted to share, Jonathan?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, I thank you for your contribution, Jonathan. Thank you so much. And for being here on the call as well. I want to go ahead and go over to Ken Gale. Ken, do you have something you want to contribute? Feel free to unmic.
Yeah. The corporations that control music radio pretty much killed music radio in this country, because radio is local and people don't have the same musical taste everywhere in the country. We've seen that sports radio is replacing music radio because sports is local, and the homogenization of music radio has forced people to go to Pandora and YouTube and Vimeo. And so the people on this call who want to have somebody at Pacifica program music for all of the stations, I think is doing a disservice to the local aspect of radio.
Those are great points, Ken. Those are really good points. I appreciate you talking about that because it is pretty. If folks are aware of the radio trends, you do see a lot of sports stations coming up, and that's because they are providing local content. The music that we provide, I think, should be also local. But hey, that's my opinion. I'm only here to moderate. So, with that said, Nancy, I do see that you have your hand up. You've already been up to speak. I want to keep it moving. If you can keep your comments brief, please, I would appreciate that. Go ahead, Nancy, on mic.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to say when KPFT started in 1970 in March, there's a person on Barry Klein is on this list. He's here joining us, and he picked up the first telephone ring. Somebody had heard there was a new radio station, and when he was answered the phone, and he said, "Yes, we're KPFT." And then Barry said, "Oh, what beautiful music!" He had never heard it before, and it was the first song we played on KPFT. It was Beatles song. Which one was it, Barry? Harrison wrote it. Here Comes the Sun. Yeah. Anyway, I just want people to know Barry Klein is on. I wish Barry would say something. Anyway, he was the first of the original volunteer group. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. With that said, anybody else, the breakout groups from the breakout groups that we just had right now? I don't know if we spoke to all the breakout groups. Was there any breakout group that we didn't take advantage of? I'm sorry, that we didn't take advantage of from learning? I should say that. Yeah, I should say that. Anybody else?
Yeah, you didn't speak to the news folks.
Okay, yeah, great. Jim, were you part of that group?
I was, and I hope that they add to it. But I'm going to speak first as the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee of the National Board. First of all, people should pay attention to KPTFX. We are putting on ad hoc working groups. It's under Pacifica ad hoc working groups. We're looking at every segment of programming that is in the grids. So, for example, we've had at the programming, we're collaborating with the programming committee. So we've had at least 4 or 5 sessions on news so far. We had several sessions in coordination with the affiliates program on music programming. We intend to deal with art, drama, Spanish language programming, training, every aspect of what we are doing right now and break it down. So those meetings will be open to everybody participating. You have to pay attention to KPTFX to see what they're doing. Now, let me just go over some of the ideas we talked about news. I think Paulina and Michael, of course, can talk more accurately about what they are arguing all the time in terms of the local news in Los Angeles. I personally think that given the situation in all the different stations, particularly ones with varying levels of implosion, that people just should, I think everybody agreed, they should just go on ahead and do it. Do news locally, period, with volunteers in situations where they're encountering these problems with management. And that goes for Los Angeles, that goes for all the stations. Secondly, we need training. Everybody has to be training. There has to be news training to train people how to do news. It's not, you just don't throw somebody on the air and then they do stuff. So we have to make available to people with perhaps the affiliates cooperating, but there are indeed online news training programs. When I was the chair of the National Programming Committee a couple of years ago, discovered all this stuff with PBS, with the BBC, all around the world. There are all sorts of interesting ways that people can do self-tutorials about how to do training. But we have to do formal training, like Rodrigo's saying with the Twitter, with all that other stuff. Absolutely essential. In terms of people were complaining about the rip and read issue. I have different opinions about that, having worked in straight newsrooms. So I know that the problems are that people are complaining about the quality of the news, and some people over-dependent on the news services like Reuters, AP, etc. That's a legitimate criticism, and that has to be addressed. But I do think that the local news issue is the most important, because we know that throughout the country, for the past 50 years, there's been a degradation of local news anyway. People always are complaining about that nationally. And we have to figure out some creative ways to take advantage of this situation and do something different. So one of the things that we're thinking of at the national level is to introduce podcasting into each of the local news offerings. Also, with international and national news, aggregate digital newspapers and podcasts that handle, for example, Africa, South Asia, Latin America, Europe, Asia, America, etc. Do that and include that in the mix. Another thing we're doing at the national level is in about a week, we're going to have discussions about how to handle the midterms elections. And we're going to be talking with people from the affiliates and everyone else about practically how we can take advantage of the strength of the affiliates, because they cover red states and purple states. And my God, you guys down in Texas, you're in red state territory there. How we can actually intelligently talk about the midterms, because I don't have to tell people, I certainly think that we're in a situation similar to Weimar Germany in 1930 as a country. And so we got to really do something that can kick ass. But that's what I wanted to add. I know others were on the phone call. They want to throw other things in. So I will stop right here, let others join in with what they think should be done.
Okay, this is Janet. I'd like to go next. So just another thing about the rip and read and the news services, and maybe KPFA is the only station that uses that, because it's these services are costly, and it would some alternative would save money. There's sorry, something that I had talked about during this session, the breakout session, that I hadn't thought about in a long time, and during the since then I remembered some of what it was, and let me describe it. It has to do with local news, and and I think this first came to mind for me during the Occupy movement, when there was so much going on, and so how would people know, listeners know what's going on? And so wouldn't it be good if there was something like a 5-minute hotline call-in during the news, or maybe some other time during the day, and this could happen at any station. There would have to be a phone number that people would know to call, and they would call to announce news that's going to happen, like there's going to be a rally in 2 hours at such and such, whatever, or a demonstration or something like that. And so that would also allow the station to send a reporter, even to report on it and come back, or that somebody, a listener, might be reporting on it or be willing to report on it themselves, but basically to announce events that are going on locally. And of course, management would have to cooperate with something like this. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Janet. And Jim, I see your hand is raised. I'll let you speak in just a second. Wanted to make sure if anybody else from that particular group had anything else that they wanted to add to what was said by Jim and Janet. But if they covered everything, then we'll definitely keep it moving.
I did drop into that group and reported on the effort locally in KPFK, but I did want to respond to one thing Jim said, because there was a proposal that actually came out of the PNB Elections Committee for special programming. This is almost 2 months ago now, from then until the election in November, focusing on voter suppression, but also on issue suppression in the midterm elections and things that are not being covered or raised in the election, the corporate election advertising process. And there's still, I forget how many weeks left now till November, but fewer, maybe 10 at this point or less. But I still think we could try to do a national bi-weekly show or something that looked at that and would create some buzz, because we'd be covering things that nobody else is covering. and use it to raise money.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for adding that as well. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and let the following speakers that are on the stack finish out the conversation. I believe that's all the groups, so we will be ending the session in just a bit, but I definitely want to give space to the folks that are still on the stack. At this point, I am going to go ahead and kill the stack, though, and just not accept any other folks from coming up to speak. With that said, Jim, you are next.
No, this is Janet. I would
okay, Janet.
really like it if Anthony, I don't know if he's still on the call, could comment about news, because he used to do the news at KPFA.
I think that's fair. Anthony, if you have something to say, feel free to unmic and share briefly. That way we can kind of get a better perspective on that. It's okay if you're not available right now. We can definitely come back to you before the end. Anthony, I see you on mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, offhand, the only thing that comes to mind is yes, you want local in news coverage. I understand there's a lot of discontent in LA about getting so much Northern California news and so little Southern California news on the supposed statewide newscast comes out of KPFA. I wouldn't like that either. Although being from LA, I'd like to, if the situation was reversed, I'd like to hear Southern California news up here. But anyway, local, yes, but also one thing that could be done on a national level is the international news. I mean, Palestine is Palestine, whether you're in Massachusetts or San Diego. The issues are the same. Ditto for South Asia, for Africa, for all the places beyond the U.S. borders. So I could see the resources aren't there, and I don't know if given the state of things, we need to try and rustle up the resources for them. But a national Pacifica newscast of international news would still make a lot of sense, and then it could be combined with an all local newscast at each station. So that's a possibility to keep in mind down the road when hopefully resources are better than what they are now.
Appreciate that insight, Anthony. And thank you for perspective. Good information there. Jim, let's go ahead and start closing it off. Jim, feel free to chime in again. And
all right. Well, first of all, we don't have the resources right now. Let's be blunt about that. I mean, I could give you the sordid details, which I'm not supposed to, but they're pretty sordid. So we don't have the resources. So podcasts are one way to solve that problem right now. I, for example, have been doing since last fall a weekly look at the war in Ukraine, and sometimes several times a week in great detail. I don't, want to advertise that as something as an example, but every part of the world can be covered with those kind of podcasts. They can be added as supplements. Another thing we raised was the question of covering cultural events locally, art, authors, artistic events, museums, et cetera, et cetera. And I know Steve is a big advocate of YouTube channels. I think each station should have several YouTube channels, several abilities to not only do the idea of going in and covering events going on simultaneously, like a demonstration. In New York, I had a very good example of that many years ago. I had a big fight with the PD about this. We were having the first big multi-labor demonstration in New York City for the past 30 years or something like that. It's coming right by the station 3 blocks away. We're in the middle of Fun Drive. I was having a big fight with the PD. I said, you stupid son of a bitch, let's just stop everything and go down there and cover what the hell's going on. He said, Jim, I have to keep on doing the fundraising. I said, yeah, but this is like a unique opportunity. All the labor unions in New York are protesting at once. Come on, man. So that kind of stuff cannot be passed on. We can't have those kind of examples of things happening just basically ignored. And then the issue of podcasting. Podcasting is doing good radio. Okay. That's what it is. if we interviewed at the national level one of the people who produces the Daily, which is the New York Times. It's the most heard and most listened to news podcast in the United States. And I will share that in different kinds of sessions because we sort of had to go through this big, ridiculous situation to deal with the New York Times to get her on. But it was quite illuminating. And I just think we have to train, retrain. We used to do that 30 years ago in New York. That fell apart. People used to be trained and recycled. The national board, check this out. The national board used to bring trainers to the stations. They don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore at all. And finally, along the lines of what Rodrigo's arguing about, because I've heard you describe to me in all sorts of different ways, Rodrigo, about all sorts of different friends. You can imagine the kind of comments I've heard. However, on the issue of the digital stuff, we're 100% in accord. Organizing 2.0, people should check it out. They do that every year in New York City. They bring labor unions together and train members of labor unions as to how to use digital tools. And we just have to constantly think that we got to retrain, retool all the time. And that's how the news is done. You got to learn and get better at doing news. It just is not a one-shot deal. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that, and 100% correct on that. We need to be able to evolve. The news has evolved, right? News was primarily consumed via radio, then TV, and then through cable news. And now the majority of folks, especially younger folks, are getting their news through social media, particularly, video formats like Instagram, TikTok, and so forth. Thanks again for your contributions on the conversation. Starting to wrap up this conversation. Again, thank you all, everybody, for being on here. I know it's ran a little longer, but we definitely getting some great information. Definitely going to end it in a little bit, but I want to give space to Steve. Steve, feel free to take the mic.
Yeah, well, I think we can get going and start organizing with what we have. We have a network of producers that are already producing programmers. And what we discussed in our committee is compiling that information together, like on the environment, on the different shows that we have, Native Americans, and having them one area on the website. That's not an expensive proposition, but it's going to require somebody to do a website that can do that and have links to those shows. People don't even know about all the shows on the environment or women that are on Pacifica. So we have to compile them, and we can take parts of those shows for national programming. The other thing is, I think I support the idea of having other channels, YouTube channels, and appealing to activist programmers and bloggers, videographers, that we want content, that we want to partner with them to put up content on Pacifica. If there's a labor march like there was in Los Angeles, Michael was talking about, that should have been live on KPFK. So people see KPFK as the labor channel. And we will get support from workers, from unions in Los Angeles when they begin to see we're covering their issues, we're getting their voices out. That's how we get traction. That's how we solve our financial crisis. If people see Pacifica and our stations as vital vehicles of their struggles, of what they're facing, they'll support us. The climate thing, I mean, the situation that we need national days of programming. And Jim, we can't, I mean, if this, strategic committee or whatever, we need to have dates. We can get all programmers around the country involved in doing a national day of programming. I don't know if it should be required, but we could have it on a channel. So let's work on developing concrete agenda of developing these programs on the issues that we can get programmers from around the country together on. If we can do that, that will get traction because we've got great programming on many different stations, but nobody knows about it. So we have to market it. And I agree, TikTok, these other social media platforms are a vehicle to market and link up with other people doing the same thing.
100% agreement, Stephen. I appreciate the points you come up with. Without my particular shows that I work on, Latino Politics and News with Tony Diaz, every time that we've gone out there and spoken to the community, they share the same sentiment that you just said right now. Like, oh man, I'm down for that. I'm down for that program. I'm down for that radio station. And it's such a, it's just a bad proposition for us not to be out there in the community. And we have definitely lost a lot of opportunities, whether it's marches, whether it's protests, right. The previous 4 years, right? we just had a lot of opportunities that we missed. However, I really feel like right now we're kind of coalescing right now, at least in this group, and making sure that we take advantage of those opportunities, or at least prepare for ourselves. So thanks again, Steve, for your contributions. One final person, and then I'm going to kick it back to Michael. But Nancy, I see your hand up. I'm going to give you space. Feel free to share and unmic.
Yes. Last year, the PNB programming committee gave a motion to the called Pacifica in the Streets, and the PNB passed it, and it's to be implemented at each station. It has not been implemented yet, but it's there, and there's no reason why management can turn it down. But management is to organize a group of reporters who can call in to the station, and whoever's at the board, whoever's the engineer, can check their name and make sure that they have permission to give a breaking news. What Janet Coburn was suggesting before on this town hall. And so they could say, well, at this certain address, there's a protest going on, and they can describe what's happening, or anyway, that it's called Pacifica in the Streets. So please, members, urge your managers to please implement it. I mean, it was passed last year, and Oscar Ulloa, who is a programmer for Comunitario Suplemento, is that right, Paulina? It's a Tuesday night show.
Comunitario.
Thank you. He's trying very hard. That was his original motion as in that programming committee. And it's wonderful, to have breaking news finally on Pacifica. I mean, the PNB endorsed it, so we have a right to get that done. We just got to, remind the managers. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I appreciate that. And with that said, I believe we've covered every topic, the fundraising, the rooms, the discussions. Everybody's been able to speak. I appreciate everybody's patience and making sure that we allowed everybody to have an opportunity to express themselves. This is the forum for that. That's why we have these forums. And thank you personally to Michael and to Serene for reaching out and allow me to be part of this discussion as well. I did post my email address. It is rodrigobravo.jr@gmail.com. I was moderating here, so I may have missed anything in the chat. If you were not able to, if I didn't respond to it, or you want to reach out to me, please send me an email, and then we can share contact information through there. Again, I will be leading some of the efforts that are been mentioned here, but I appreciate everybody for being here. Before we sign off and go ahead and start closing it down, I do want to hand over the mic to Mr. Michael Novick to go ahead and close us out. Michael.
Thank you. Well, thanks to everybody for sticking, especially those of you who stuck with it to the bitter end, so to speak. And thank you so much, Rodrigo, for facilitating the whole meeting. It was really very, very helpful. And I appreciate that hard work that you did. I do want to mention that we do have the emails for everybody who registered, and I think we'll try to send you the chat and the transcript of the program. And we'll try to pursue some of these ideas in the coming weeks to actually see if we can implement some of these things nationally, especially in terms of like the idea of a membership drive and some of these ideas about developing the programming our own, because I think we will have to do that. And I did want to mention in terms of things that have been passed by the PNB, a lot of things got passed by the PNB and disappear into the ether. And so, Jim, thank you for being on the call to the end, if you're still here. And if not, we'll get back to you. But, for example, the PNB once mandated a national Spanish language newscast, which Pacifica would be uniquely positioned to develop with, contributions from all 5 stations. And it never really materialized. So I think that's still something that could be done. And I think it was... not the Soros Foundation, but the Soros Investment Fund just put I think $88 million into buying 18 commercial Spanish language stations around the United States. And that's because it's a huge audience for radio, this Spanish speaking audience. And, we neglect that to our own detriment. And, I think if we developed a progressive Spanish language newscast that covered, all the different communities that feed into this country and all around the world that speak Spanish, I think it would, greatly credit and benefit Pacifica and the stations that carried it. Anyway, thanks everyone again. We're going to wrap the call up, end it, and we'll be in touch. Reiterating, 2 weeks from today, the 24th, we do have another town hall. It was in the same email that you got for this. To re-mention it, we'll be having Milton Alamati and Lina Sarsour are both programmers on WBAI. Deborah Santana, Professor Deborah Santana, talking about Puerto Rico. I believe there's a programmer from PFW, Esther, forget her last name, will be covering Cuba. And then we're still trying to get a speaker on the whole question of the new Cold War of NATO versus, Russia and China around Ukraine and Taiwan and so on. So I think that's going to be really important and unfortunately not covered well by Pacifica on a lot of those questions. And that's one of the reasons we're doing these town halls, is to give people an understanding of what they're missing with what the current programming has been. So thanks, everybody. Really appreciate your time and your energy and all the great ideas. And we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Steve, Michael, Nancy, take care.
Yeah, everybody. Bye-bye. Be well.
Everybody take care. Thank
All
you.
right, everybody. Enjoy your Saturday. Take care.
Bye.
Good night,
Yeah, save
everyone.
the-
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Sheila,
Rachel.
Joni, call me.
yeah, Sheila, are you still illustrating and writing children's books? Or did you retire?
I'm still writing.
Oh, good. And illustrating. You said you were like legally blind or something like that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wow. Your artwork is beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to end the call. I got to go.
Good night, Michael. Thank you, Mike.